Good luck, kids.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the International Drug-Free Powerlifting Association's very first meet ever, the Student and University World Championship here in Waltham, Massachusetts. My name is Liz. I'll be your co-host for the live stream today. I am also with my friend
Jerry Peterson. Today, drove all the way down from Maine.
Oh, that's right. I'm like, you live in New Hampshire. No way. You live in Maine, right across the border.
Yeah, right across the border. So I was up nice and early for this. This is an absolute honor.
It truly is. And as you guys may have already guessed when I introduced this meet as a international meet, this is an international meet where the qualifiers for this meet are not just to show up, right? So in order to be here today among the esteemed lifters that we have on the platform, you had to be on a team that placed in top 3, either in high school nationals or collegiate nationals. To be an individual lifting at this meet today, there are some requirements. You don't have to necessarily be on a team, but those requirements are more strict for individuals. And they are based on a 400 dot score for high school athlete boys, 325 dots for the women for high school. The collegiate dots requirements are 450 dots for the men and 425 for the women. Jerry, what does dots mean?
It's a formula to try to create all weight classes evenly. Trying to compare somebody who weighs 300 pounds to somebody who weighs 100 pounds is virtually impossible until they came out with a dot system. It's a giant formula that really, I don't think I could understand. It's pretty big.
That's right. Yeah, it's quite complex, but it simplifies. It kind of evens the playing field for everybody. So we have our first lifter of the day here, lifting at the IDFPA Student University World Championships. Her name's Samantha, taking 143 pounds or 65 kilos for an opener squat. Jerry, you want to tell us, what does it mean to have an opening squat?
Oh, for me, it's just to get into the game, make it easy. Something that you can do for a set of 5 every single day of the week, no matter what. You're sore, you can do 5 of them. I want it to be super, super easy.
And why is that important?
Because if you go too heavy, you don't get it, you bomb out. And if you bomb out, your day is done.
That's right. So each of these lifters, like Aina here from Boston Latin Powerlifting, they have 3 attempts to post the heaviest squat they can for the day. And this one looked pretty easy for Aina with 72.5 kilos. So she's on the board, as we say.
Right.
So she's posted a good squat. And then her second and her third, she'll try to squat heavier, as heavy as she can go on the day. But also remembering that she's got 2 events after this, right? The bench press and the deadlift.
Yeah, you don't want to exhaust all your energy on this one lift. I've always taken my second lift. I project my first 2, and on the second one, I look at it, see how it felt, and then we figure out what our third's going to be from there. But you don't want to, in my opinion, gas it all out on your squat.
That's right. That's right. Good to save a little bit in the tank for your bench and for your deadlift there.
Yep. So chairs is coming up for, what do we have? McKendree University, 165 pounds on the bar.
So what are we looking for, Jerry, when we look at these squats? What does it mean to post a good one? That looked like a good one to me, by the way. Good job, Cherish.
Right.
But what does it mean to have a good squat?
The rule book says hip crease / hip joint has to break the plane of the top of the knee on the way down with a smooth motion down and up. You can stall, but you cannot let the bar change direction.
That's right. So on your way up, when you're standing up from the squat, if the bar goes down while you're trying to go up, then that would not be a good lift. Is that right?
That would be an up down, and then we got to make sure our knees are locked at the start and finish of each squat.
That's right. So that's that pause that you're seeing here. As the lifter's getting set up to squat, there's that like brief pause before they get that squat command, and that's the referees looking to make sure everything's all locked out.
Oh, and the number 1, follow the commands. Always.
That's right.
I tell anybody that I've ever coached or helped out, finish the lift, let everybody take the pictures.
That's right. That's right. And so for the squat, speaking of commands, we have 2 commands for the squat. We have the squat command, which is the command that the lifters are waiting for to start the lift. and then as they squat down, like Fabiana's about to do, she's waiting for the squat command. She gets it. She squats down, stands up, and then she's going to wait for a rack command to put the bar back into the rack.
I like it when the spotters and loaders grab onto the bar. Looks like she missed it on depth on that last squat. Grab the bar, and you help them bring it in. So it becomes a team effort.
That's right, and it's a really good strategy to make sure you don't miss that rack command. Is once the spotters and loaders start to take the bar with you, then you know the rack command's already been given.
I mean, there have been times where a spotter will grab the bar too quick, but you're allowed to take that to the jury.
That's right.
And you may have, a retake.
That's right. And at an international level meet like we have today, we do have a jury made up of category referees. Those are the highest level of referee you can be in the federation. And those referees, they know the rule book the best. You will go up and you could, if you wanted to, contest your lift for a specific violation, as they say.
Yep.
And the jury will review if they think there's enough information there in the replay to give you that lift. Then they will give that, or overturn it, right? If somebody thought it was a good lift or bad lift.
So here we have Laura Jones from Hillcrest Christian College in Melbourne, Australia.
Oh, wow. So is this our first international competitor of the day?
I believe so.
That's very exciting. I was walking around earlier today at the facility. We're at the Westin Hotel in Waltham, Massachusetts, and I heard some people talk about their flights over. And it's rainy here in Massachusetts, so they had some interesting flights. But hopefully everybody's here and everybody ready to have a good time.
Yeah, I'm looking at the warm-up room. Looks like everybody is all set. They are ready to take on the world, I guess you could say, in an international meet.
I love the pun there, Jerry. Good job. Where's the laugh track at?
All right, up next we have Denver Campau from Grand Haven High School in Grand Haven, Michigan, USA.
Her best squat is 105 kilos. It looks like she's opening just 10 kilos shy, or roughly like 21 pounds in freedom units here.
That looked easy, and it was good.
It did. So hopefully she's looking at PR today. PR meaning personal record, for those of you guys who don't keep up with the lingo.
Yeah.
That's okay. We're here to explain all the acronyms, all the lingo, and hopefully make this meet exciting for you guys. Up next we have Emanuela from Boston Latin Powerlifting. Fun fact about BLS, the meet director today, Eric Cordero, he's a teacher there, and he's also the coach of the powerlifting team. So he's probably really proud to see all these athletes take the stage and do really well. They did really well at high school nationals this year, and that's why they're here, right?
Yeah, I've known Eric for quite a long time, do a lot with him. What he does with these high school students is absolutely unbelievable.
That's right.
Most of them, we have 2 white lights. So all you need is 2 white lights for a passing lift. So we have 1 on depth, and that was from the right-hand side judge if you're looking at your screen. So
we'll be interested to see how those progress as the day goes on. It's good to see when you get that feedback from the referees, how you adjust for your second and your third. Some people just squat deeper, which is a solution, but some people, maybe they choose to elect a lighter weight for their second attempt than they were originally planning.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of these lifters are newer into the sport. Me being 50.
I always forget that, Jerry.
Yeah, I think this is year 9 for me. Bodybuilding before that. So always around a barbell for most of my life.
And we have Zariah here from Illinois, from McKendree University, opening with 107.5. Looked like a good squat to me.
That was smooth.
Yeah. Very controlled.
Yep, 3 white lights. Lift is good.
So one of the qualifying criteria that I didn't bring up in our original summary, right? So I said your team, whether it's a high school team or a university team, has to have been in the top 3 at your nationals. Once your team places, you can send up to 12 athletes from your team, regardless of how the athlete did at that national championship.
Okay, so maybe somebody underperformed because of injury, or
exactly. So maybe you didn't do as well as you wanted to in nationals, but your team did well, right? The points for your team did well, so you can come here and redeem. Or maybe you give people who didn't have the opportunity to do as much as they wanted to at nationals for whatever reason, showing up here at Worlds.
265 on her shoulders right there, and that looked pretty smooth.
Yeah.
You got 3 white lights.
That's awesome. And her best is 132.5, just under, is that 303? I think that's 303. It's close to 300 pounds is her best, so.
That's a big squat.
Yeah, it is. That's my personal best, so it's very good for her. Much younger in the sport. We love to see the younger people as well, seeing just how much weight they can move and the potential that they have as athletes, you know, going over the course of their lifetime.
The way that high schools do this now,
Yeah.
nothing like I had in high school. Nothing.
Oh, I bet.
I wish this was like it is today,
Yeah.
35 years ago.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wasn't in high school that long ago by comparison. And I remember in the weight room for our track team, I was using the like hip pad on the barbell, and the bar was like on my neck, and I'm there squatting. It's definitely a lot different now in high schools.
So we have squat 2. This is our first squat 2. Okay, we have a rack command, and the judges say it's good. We have a right-hand side judge says no on depth, but 2 makes it good.
Yep. 2's all you need. Good job by Samantha from Wisconsin.
So, unrelated, Liz,
Yes.
you and I know each other
That's right.
outside of what we're doing here. My daughter got engaged last night.
Oh, congratulations. That's so awesome.
Thank you.
Man, that's going to be a good summer.
Yeah, it's going to be a great summer.
Awesome. Yeah, Jerry and I lift together at Lift for Your Die Barbell in Dover, free ad, at Lift for Your Die BB on Instagram.
Oh, that was deep.
That looked very good to me.
That was nice.
And that's only 2.5 kilos shy of her all-time record.
Yeah,
so
I think she's going to have a nice PR today.
Me too. And what a place to have a PR, right? On the biggest stage.
Right.
What an exciting time.
Up next, we have Cherish from Kendry University out of Illinois. It's going to be just shy of 171-pound squat attempt.
181. Oh, sorry, I was looking at their best. Their best is 181, 82.5. Yeah, so in shooting distance for Cherish here.
Oh, yeah.
Looked pretty good to me.
Yeah. Left side says.
Great job, Cherish.
Left side says depth. A 2 say.
Yeah, and with that narrow stance, sometimes it can be hard to see depth. From the side, I would be, they saw what they saw.
Right.
It looked like the hips were a little crooked on that one, and that might have been why. But with that narrow stance from the front, it can be really hard to see depth, and then the opposite.
Yeah,
is
whenever
true.
I've refereed from the front, the narrow stance, it gets me.
That's right. But then with the wide stance lifters, from the front, it's very clear.
Right.
Because you can see the hips way better.
Yep, that's what I am. I'm just about sumo on my squats.
Yeah, I could never. Wow, good job by
Nice.
Paris.
Out of BLS, fought last in Latin school. Her favorite quote is from one of her teachers. Don't date boys. They're stupid.
that teacher would be the director of the meet today.
That's correct.
Oh, well, I mean, if that advice gets her into this world level meet, then I think it's probably pretty good advice.
Yeah.
Here comes Fabiana again with taking her second squat of 95 kilograms. Another Boston Latin lifter.
209 pounds.
Oh, this is going to be easy. You can just tell from the way she picked that out of the rack.
All starts with the pick.
That's right. She brought the intensity.
All right.
And it seems to have paid off for her.
Yep, 3 white lights. So I squat pretty slow.
You were saying, Jerry, you squat pretty slow?
Yeah, so if you squat slow, you better hit depth. I've seen some squatters that are it's like lightning. You blink and you've missed the lift. And if you were borderline, and you're fast, you're going to get a good call.
That's right. Yeah. When we're talking about giving the benefit of the doubt to the lifter,
Right.
if you move really fast in and out of the hole, if you're borderline, you're probably going to get that benefit of the doubt.
That's a good lift for Laura Jones. That was 220 pounds, 100 kilos. Same thing for Manuela.
And she's taking her PR for her second attempt. So making moves today.
Yep, here's a match on the second. Boston Latin School.
Established in 1634.
So I just overheard Gino, who's our platform announcer today, the renowned Gino.
World famous.
The world famous, that's right. Say the Boston Latin School was established in 1694.
That's insane.
And I think she did the school justice there with that grind on her squat.
That's
Not quite there. It looks like she got a red card and a blue card from the left ref and a red card from the right. That blue card, what could that mean, Jerry?
Is that the up-down card?
That's the card for, downward motion on the ascent of the squat. That's right.
Yep. I've done probably, I don't know, at least 100 meets, but it's always on the microphone.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, out on the platform.
Yeah,
Yep.
I've probably refereed 3.
That's insane, Jerry. That's insane. We got to get you back in the chair.
Yeah.
We got Denver from Grand Haven High School in Michigan, taking 102.5 for a second attempt. Looked pretty good to me.
Very nice looking squat. Judges say it's no good.
Unfortunately, a blue from the front referee and a red from the right. So blue could also be maybe her knees weren't locked
Maybe
at the beginning or at the end, or she wasn't standing upright enough, or the bar was too low on her chest. Like those, or on her back. Those are the kind of the 3 options for blue when there's no downward motion. I didn't see any downward motion, so
I didn't see any either.
she should go to the jury table and contest that blue card for sure.
Right. In the international meets, you're not going to get, or national level, you're not going to get referees, yelling, lock your knees.
That's right.
At small local meets, you'll get that. But here, you are expected to know the rules.
That's right, and to perform to the rules.
Right.
Yeah. And if you do get one of those cards, you can go to the jury and ask. You don't necessarily have to contest it. If you're, if you just want to see, what was that card for? They will tell you at the jury table.
The red card's easy.
The red card's easy. We don't know for squat. The only red is depth. And Zariah taking 105 kilos to the basement.
Oh, nice. That looked good. Beautiful squat.
With a lot of control, again, like we saw from her first attempt. With 3 white lights, that's a good lift for her.
Was 231 pounds.
Moved very well.
Yeah.
And then Macy coming up next with her second attempt at 130 keys, just 2.5 kilos shy of her best ever.
286.5 pounds.
And she's coming from Wisconsin to compete here in Massachusetts today.
All right, this is Macy.
Wow. Wow. What a good high bar squat. It's like she barely had to move. Oh no. Unfortunately, not to depth on that one.
Just a touch high.
Yeah. Hopefully she comes back for her third and she's able to sink it a little more. That execution-wise, the motion of it looked so easy.
I would be okay as a coach. Continue to go up.
Yeah, going up, you would take that risk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as my athlete.
Felt good.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The risk of going up when you miss that second attempt is if you miss the third as well, then you leave the squat event with only your opener squat.
Right.
So when we're talking about a total, which is your best squat, bench, and deadlift, then your total might suffer.
Right.
And that's where the team's points come in as well for teams placing at this meet. A fight from Samantha. Can she stand up with it? Unsure if it'll be a good lift, but we'll see what the refs say. Unfortunately, they saw what we saw, which is a little bit, that downward motion on the ascent. but I think that's a gym PR if I've ever seen one, you know.
Yeah.
A PR, a mental win. A moral victory, as they say in the state of Massachusetts.
I've had lifts where they were no good, but I finished them and I felt good about
That's
them.
right. You stood up, you pressed it, you finished the weight. That's all that matters.
And it teaches you something.
That's
it does. You know, I can grind, I can work,
Yeah.
I can get through it.
Yeah, and like you learn where your limits are as well, and what it feels like to have something that maximal in your hands or on your back.
Now we have Cherish, 2.5 kilos under her best. And that was very
Yeah,
smooth.
no question on depth for me. But the right-hand referee had the question. It looked good from our view, but they have the best seats in the house, right?
Correct. And this is also an international meet, so
That's right.
these referees are going to be sticking hard to the
Yeah,
books.
that's right. That's right.
We have national referees on the sides, possibly even Cat 1, Cat 2s. I know our jury is all cats.
That's right.
Category.
Yeah, but we have the best of the best as far as referees go here today.
Yeah. Ina just squatted, 176, 3 white lights.
That's 2.5 kilos above her personal best, so congrats.
So we're looking at a
A new PR.
new PR and then possibly another one after.
That's right. On to the third attempts for flight 1. 90 kilos on the bar for Paris.
All right.
The crowd getting loud for her.
This is typically 6 months of training just for this one squat.
That's right.
And if you're a high school student, you know, whether, because this is the end of the year, so you have finals, you have, you know, oh, that was
Wow.
so fast. That was
We don't give fourth attempts here, but if we did, I would say
should
load
get
it up.
one.
Go back to the warm-up room and load
That
something
was-
up.
Yeah, so 2.5 kilo PR.
It makes you wonder if she's saving some in the tank for bench and deadlift there.
So a squat is my thing. I'm a good squatter. My other 2 lifts are okay. So yes, that's what I do.
That's what you would do, yeah.
214 pounds.
So we got 214 for Fabiana at a BLS.
97.5 kilos on the bar for her.
Nice pick.
Ooh, we'll see. Looked borderline
It's
from
gonna
my
be
angle
close.
on
What do we
depth.
have? 3
Okay.
white lights.
All right. That's why the judges are in the seats that they're in, and we're just here on the live stream. Isn't that right, Jerry?
You know, we all have our own specialties.
That's right.
I can talk.
Yeah, that's about all I can do.
Bars ready for
Emanuela. This is going to be a PR match. 100 kilo.
Boston Latin. She's got more than twice
This is her
her
second
body
try
weight.
at 100 kilos.
That's right. I think I remember her last lift being kind of a grind. So maybe that was a technical issue, and on this one she can really smash it out of the park.
Yeah.
You know, taking a PR match for your second attempt, you've got to be pretty confident going in. So hoping for the best for her on this one. Okay, yeah, see, exactly what I said.
That looked beautiful.
We'll see what the refs have to say. Yeah, and the lift is good. So, as we suspected, maybe a little bit of a misgroove on that second, and that's
Yep.
why she had to work so hard. But she's got it on her third, and that's a PR match, and hopefully she's able to make up some ground that she might have lost on the bench and the deadlift there.
Laura Jones.
All right. Out of Melbourne, Australia, we got Laura Jones. Hillcrest Christian College.
From the down under.
And this is just under her best.
She came all the way from Australia.
So I believe it's a 17-hour flight.
That's insane. That's insane. And then to lift maximal weights.
That was awesome.
A lot of control and a good push for her for
Yeah.
3 white lights rewarded.
Gino and I had worked together. It was a few years back, and he had just, like, literally came off the plane and straight to the venue from Australia. And I looked at him. I said, 17? He goes, yep. Wow.
Insane. Insane. And then he puts on the boots and then he stands on the platform for the weekend.
You know, he's got that gift.
He really does. Or he can't feel pain in his feet, either one.
The one thing that he does that I don't understand how he does it. He knows just about every single person's name.
He really does.
I met him once or twice 9 years ago, and
Oh, come on, Denver. Oh, just not there on the day.
no lift. Good effort for the day, though. You know, he knew I was from Maine. He knew my nickname was the King. So
The King, legendary himself.
yeah, it's my middle name, so it's not. I don't think that highly of myself, but it's my middle name.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, no, that sounds right. Well, I think I met Gino at a Odyssey Barbell Club meet. One time I was a side referee, and he was making some jokes that people our age would understand, but the
Yep.
kids on the platform was over their heads, and it was good, and that was it. And then he remembered my name after the one time.
Right.
He's a great memory, and that's one of the things that makes him such a good announcer, I think.
100%. I think that's my favorite thing about him.
Yeah. If you guys are within driving distance, you can hear him live. Come to the Waltham Hotel and watch Soraya take a third attempt squat.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna have smiles.
Is it good for a PR match?
And
It
we're smiling.
is.
All
Yay!
right.
We love to see that.
So that is a PR match. 237 pounds.
Last lifter of Flight A for this first session of the IDFPA Student University World Championships here in Waltham, Massachusetts. We've got Macy taking 132.5 kilos for her last squat of the day.
This is a PR match, 292 pounds.
Pretty close to 300. On her second attempt, she missed 130 for depth, but it was just barely there.
Yeah, she has strength that I don't think she knows about yet.
That's right. And especially squatting high bar like this. We'll see what the refs say, but it looked easy.
Yeah, she has so much strength.
Oh, I would go to the jury table and try to contest that.
Yep.
Even if it's an easy no from them.
Right.
Worth it.
So you can contest as long as you have one white.
That's right.
If all the judges say no, I believe you cannot take maybe.
At the national level, I know you can.
No, you can't. National.
Yeah, in the national level, specifically in the U.S., but at the international level, I'm not as well versed, so I wouldn't commit. But for sure, if you've got one light, that's good. Right. Or conversely, if you wanted to contest someone else's lift and there was one light that was red.
Right. I've seen that.
Yep. The strategic approach,
Yep.
as they say. Good opener for Elizabeth from McKendree University in Illinois.
So 7.5 kilos under her best. It looked fairly easy, as most openers should, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, if your opener looks hard, it's going to be a day.
It's
going to be a day.
Right.
At minimum, you're adjusting from something.
And you'll find that at local meets, people who it's their first time, they don't have a coach, and they think it's 3 tries at your heaviest weight.
Yeah.
Oh, that was nice. All right, CJ out of BLS, Massachusetts it's good. 1 on depth on the right-hand side. So that was 209-pound opening squat.
And it looked good from a quality standpoint.
Yeah. We have Caitlin out of Hortonville in Wisconsin. 209 pounds.
That's in the USA. This is an international competition.
Wow, that was nice looking. Judges say it's good. 3 white lights.
Good job, Caitlin. You're on the board.
Graham.
Oh, we got an equip lifter on the board here.
Oh,
What does it mean to be equipped, Jerry?
This is my specialty.
Is this your jam?
Yeah, I'm a equipped lifter. So I have heard this from a world champion. Equipped lifting is you take your best raw lift and squat and add your body weight to it,
Oh my God.
and that's your squat.
And that's your squat, huh? So
It
you're
is-
saying that I could squat 500 pounds, Jerry?
I can get you there. I can
Let's
get
go.
you there.
Let's go. Good opener by Breland.
Yeah, that looked really good.
You can see she was wearing the squat suit there, and, as well as the knee wraps.
Yep.
Right. So the equipped category in powerlifting, it can mean a variety of things, but at least one of your lifts, you're wearing an additional ply of equipment.
Correct. You're allowed to open, I believe, raw.
Yeah.
I believe you're
you
allowed
could
one.
you could open raw with wraps. You
Yeah.
could open raw if you wanted, and then just bench in a shirt for bench, and then deadlift raw. Good opener by Catherine.
Jen Thompson has won the equipped bench nationals raw.
Classic.
You're allowed one lift, and she just goes out there and she presses 320. Add her body weight. I believe it's usually ran around 148.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's,
And she's
even in equipment, it's a pretty good lift.
it's a pretty good lift. Yep. Yep. Molly with 120 or approximately 265 pounds.
Wearing a Titan suit.
And the pink knee wraps, rocking the pink sparkle belt.
Going with a wider stance. I like a wider stance in gear. Gets more out of it. Oh, that was deep.
That looked good.
264 pounds.
Go up, Molly. Go up. Another 949 Academy lifter. So I'm interested to see if all the lifters that they sent today are equipped.
That'd make me so happy.
It would, yeah.
So raw lifting really only became big, I think, in about 2014. Before that, most lifting was single ply.
That makes sense.
All the way back to the 70s, and it was ace bandages back then. That's what they used for knee
That's
wraps.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like the original Olympic weightlifting knee wraps,
Yep.
like ace bandages. Emily going for 275 for her opener.
That is a big opener.
And her personal best is 137, which is the 303 number I was thinking of earlier. Wow. There's no way she's not breaking her PR today.
Blasted through that.
Not the commentator's curse for her, but I definitely think she's got a PR today.
Yeah.
She's got a lot in the tank.
3 white lights. That's a good lift.
So far in Flight B, we have 2 lifters who've missed their opener. They both elected to stay at the same or very similar weights for their second attempt so that they can get on the board, which is going to be really important for them to make sure that they can post a total. Brienne coming to take the same weight.
So she's elected to have the arms in on the squat. Typically, it's because when they walk it out with a wider stance, they don't want to clang the weights against the arms.
Yeah, it can really throw you off balance.
Oh my goodness,
that was depth if I've ever seen it. Especially on the equipped side, you can see, if you watch equipped lifting on Instagram or TikTok,
Yep.
you can see it is challenging for those lifters to get to depth because the suit is like fighting you down in the hole, right, Jerry?
Yeah. So in my briefs, I need at least 500 pounds to break parallel.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And you can see these lifters here squatting single ply with less weight than 500 pounds. It's just a testament to their ability to control the suit there.
It's that, and when you start progressing in single ply, it's you get bigger, but the suits get smaller.
Oh, yeah. You wear like a looser suit at first, and then
Yep.
yeah, that makes sense.
Because we got a good lift, 2 white lights.
Good
The
job,
ability
Kate.
to control the lift, because remember, you're lifting more than you should be able to.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to do the same weight raw, it would probably crumble you.
That's right.
So the mistake quotient is so small for equipped lifting. If you make a mistake in raw, you can misgroove and still battle your way out of it.
Yep.
You misgroove in gear, there's a good chance you're getting folded, as we call it.
Sure. So Sarah from Austria, yes, the country, a 9-hour flight probably, 9 hours.
Wow.
With almost 300 pounds on the bar for her opener.
Oh,
Wow.
that looked smooth.
Very nice from me,
Three white
and
lines.
the refs agree.
I think Gino throwing in some accents today.
his Schwarzenegger impressions.
So we have Isabel from McKendree also.
308 pounds, here comes Isabel.
Opening with 308. Her best squat is 157.5 kilos, so 17.5 kilos off from where she's at today. That's a pretty high opener, comparatively. So
yeah. She may go 330.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I think, my typical jumps on squat are 10 kilos and 10 kilos, or 12 and a half and 7.5, So at least.
Yeah, I think I went 15 kilo, 12 and a half kilo.
Yeah,
Those-
well, and the percentages for the weights that you're lifting,
Right.
that's about right. Wow. The snap at the top. Oh, no.
Two
2 cards for depth.
I'd still go up.
Yeah, I agree. I would still go up.
Maybe a little conservative on your second, as opposed, maybe drop it 2.5 kilos from what you thought you were going to be doing. But I don't know.
Still go up.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. So you got Elizabeth coming up to take an 80-kilo squat, which is a 5 kilo, about 11-pound jump from her first attempt.
This is our first squat 2.
That's right. Back to the top of flight B, as they say.
Got a high bar squatter. High bar also.
High bar's so hard because it's one of those lifts that I feel like if you misgroove it, you have just less opportunity to correct.
Yeah. So whether I'm raw, because I do compete raw also, or in equipped, it's high bar because my elbows just can't take the
that's
low
so
bar
true.
anymore.
That's so true.
When I started, I was a low bar squatter.
Yep.
Not
Yeah,
anymore.
the trade-off there is the external rotation of the shoulder. If you don't have it,
Yeah.
you're just going to beat up your shoulders, your elbows, your wrists for low bar. I do like a high bar squat.
So we got 220 for CJ at a BLS. Look good to me.
Look good to me too.
What do we got? 3 white lights.
Great job, CJ.
So our spotters and loaders are out of Northeastern University. They help out at a lot of meets. They are tremendous at what they do. Ooh, nice.
A little wobbly, but
So 226 is good.
yep. And that blue light, I think, was from that one wobbly knee there, locked, unlocked.
Yeah.
But yeah, Northeastern, they help out at a lot of meets in the New England area. They use this as an opportunity to fundraise for their national national trips, right? Because it's expensive to fly and to register a team and all of that stuff. And I think it's a requirement on their club that they have to volunteer for a certain number of meets. Yeah,
Well, that's
which
good.
is great because
Yeah.
you're giving back to the community just as much as you're, taking, as they say.
Right.
You go to a lift, people are volunteering for you, and then you give right back.
We have an equipped lifter squatting 242. And look, yep.
Yeah, look pretty good.
3 white lights.
I think that's a good example of what you said, Jerry, of the suit being a little looser, so you don't have to, it's not like when you see some of those lifters where the suit is so pressing on their legs so much.
Legs turn purple.
Yeah, exactly. From all the lifters I've seen so far from 949 Academy, I think they are all equipped.
That's awesome. I love that.
Might be bad journalism, but that's what I've seen so far.
It really does change your mindset when you're in equipment, because it's it can be painful.
Sure. We'll see what the refs say about Catherine's squat there.
fast. Oh, nope.
Yeah,
not
unfortunately, depth was an issue on that one.
It was close. It was close. But the strength was there. It
That's
moved
right.
pretty quick.
That's
very
right.
Quick. So just make a small technical change and.
Yeah, and I hope she goes for the same weight on the next one. She went up 2.5 keys from her opening attempt. So she's missed her first and her second. In order to stay in the meet, she does need to get her third squat.
Yeah,
so.
this is where I would not go up.
Correct.
I would stay at the same weight.
Yeah.
Just drop it down a couple more inches.
Yep.
All right, so we have another equipped lifter with 1 meter wraps.
Yeah, I was gonna say those look long, like at least on the knee. But the oh no, that's I think what you mentioned, Jerry, when you just misgroove it a little bit, then it kind of just folds you.
Yeah, so I didn't get to see her knees, but if your knees track in just a little bit, where in raw, you do a lot of people track their knees inside to use their quads. But in equipment, as soon as your knees come in, you lose the suit.
Sure, yeah, because your butt kind of goes back a little bit, and then,
And then it's like a rubber band.
Yep.
You know, it's stronger pulled apart.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as you bring it in a little bit, it gets loose, and that's where all the strength of the suit is gone.
You lose that elasticity.
Yeah.
Yeah. 286 pounds for Emily. Looked pretty good to me.
That was quick.
Oh, unfortunately not there for depth. And again, like I said, the refs have the best seat in the house. So what I see from this angle, what you guys see from this angle, that's not what the refs see. And we've got a referee on the left-hand side to look directly from the side profile. We've got a referee on the right to look at the opposite side profile.
Yeah.
Then the chief referee is kind of right in the middle, looking directly at that front profile. And they've got the best seat in the house, so.
In the hardest seat, too.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure under these spotlights they're probably sweating a bit. Brienne looking to take almost 300 pounds for her second attempt, equipped. Lots of control on the way down.
Oh, that is cool. See?
It's an elevator.
Wow. That was smooth.
That was good. She's really excited about that. That matches her personal best on her second attempt. I'd be excited, too. Where's she going to go from here?
Only up.
That's right. That's right. You can't go down, so only one way to go.
We have Kate Nissakim coming up from BLS. So Kate has been competing for quite a while through BLS. I believe she started probably as a freshman. This might be her senior year.
Her name looks very familiar to me from rosters over the years, so looks pretty good. Definitely looked like a seasoned lifter to me.
That was just under 300 pounds at 297.
And only 2.5 kilos away from her personal best. So looking to see her, smash that on her third.
All right, Austria coming up. Sarah Thomas. Just under 309 pounds. This will match her PR.
On the second. I always love to see that. It's like a challenge. You're like, you know what? That personal best, that doesn't stand a chance. I'm going to hit it on my second.
I've been lucky enough that all my PRs and or national records or whatever have been my seconds.
That's insane, Jerry. That's awesome.
That looked awesome. Oh, wow. Wow,
Sarah. Oh, no. 2 on depth. I would go to the jury table, see if they have a different angle that they can look at on video. We hope that they overturn that for her, but we'll see. And I'll update you guys if they do. Next up, we have Isabel. She missed her first attempt of 140 kilos, so she did go up, like kind of you said, Jerry.
Yep.
That's one of those riskier takes, but it looked so good that she was probably only a half an inch away from depth. You know what I mean?
It was very close.
So she's just looking to sink this a little bit more.
And this is 10 kilos under her PR, so this is manageable weight.
That's right. She's got the strength. We just need to see her squat to standard here.
Isabel out of McKendree University.
Nice brace. Controlled into the hole. We'll see what the refs say. I think the left side looked okay, but the right side was, unfortunately all of them said no lift there. She got a yellow card from the front referee, which could mean she missed a command. Or, yellow is kind of like the miscellaneous card, so maybe they saw a foot move or a hand move or something like that. Any change from your elected position to start the lift would be a yellow card.
Yeah.
Interesting. Unfortunately, she's really going to need to hit this on her third attempt. And
I probably, this is
That's
where
tough.
I would stay.
That's where it's risky,
But,
yeah.
but the coach and the athlete, they know what they can do.
Yep.
And as long as you feel comfortable really dropping it in and going up, as long as you are 100%.
That's right. And it's, what's on the line for her there.
Right. It's not just you, it's your team.
That's right.
Today.
That's right. Elizabeth going for 85 kilos on her third attempt. Does she make it? A little bit of a scrap on the way up.
187 is no good.
Unfortunately not there for depth. So this is not a local meet, guys. You're not going to be getting any freebie gifts on depth here, and the refs are proving that.
Yeah. All right, up next we have CJ, 226 on the bar out of Boston Latin. She's 2 for 2 already.
Looking to make it 3 for 3 with 102.5 on the bar. The infamous 2 wheels in the gym, the 2 plates.
This is a 7.5 kilo PR. It's pretty big.
Let's go. Let's go, CJ. Oh
my
yes,
goodness.
come on,
Push.
let's go. All right. Woo.
That's
okay,
good.
2 white lights is all you need, folks.
All
Excellent
right.
work by CJ. Well-deserved PR on the squat there.
I almost started screaming. I remembered I was on a microphone.
We've spared you for now.
Because right there, that's my favorite type of squat.
That's the grind.
The grind.
The all-out, it's max effort. You couldn't have put a pound more on.
Yep.
And that's good attempt selection as well by her coach, whoever's handling her for the day. We know Eric's her coach, but whoever's
Right.
handling her for the day, good attempt selection.
Eric has some help. We have 237 on the bar for Caitlin out of Hortonville, Wisconsin, USA.
Yep. Just lost it a little bit on the way up there.
Yeah.
So you'll see those yellow cards come up as well for missed lifts. Like I said, yellow is kind of that miscellaneous card. So if a lifter makes an attempt at the lift and they don't make it, then they will get a yellow by default.
I believe you can go back onto Lifting Cast and see which cards were
That's
given
right.
to.
Yep. So if you go to liftingcast.com and you let me do that while we're talking here. Go to liftingcast.com. The meet that we're running today, 2025 IDFPA Student and University World Championships, is the second meet result on the list. So you just click on that meet, and you can see it'll automatically load the results page. Come on, let's go, Catherine.
Another Hortonville.
Nervously
High school.
happy, and 2 white lights is all you need. Yeah, great job, Catherine. It'll load the results page right away, but if you hit the hamburger icon in the top left-hand corner and then hit board for platform 1, you can see everything that's happening. If you want to see how a specific lifter's cards are, like as the meet's progressing, what cards they got for every lift, you just click on their name and then click on attempts, and it'll show you which green cards they got from which refs, which red cards they got from which refs, etc.
We got 9 for 9 Academy. Calvary Baptist Academy in Louisiana. Equipped lifter. Oh, that was deep. Come on, push.
Wow.
All right, what do we have? What do we got?
Oh,
lift.
very nice. A red and a blue from the right side referee, but it doesn't matter because she did get 2 white lights.
That's the thing with wraps. Sometimes when you're locking out at the top or even at the start, your knees are not locked. But you really, really have to emphasize that.
That's right. And that can happen, too, even with some of these new generation knee sleeves, like the Inzers and the A7 rigor mortis. It's a lot of extra material on your knee. And bunching or this overlapping material can make it look like your knee's not locked sometimes.
Right.
So you really have to make sure you emphasize that. It doesn't matter if you're raw, it doesn't matter if you're equipped. We're all lifting to the same standards. So that knee's got to be locked. So she missed this. Molly missed this on her second attempt.
Yeah, see how her knees
unfortunately.
tracked in?
Yep, they just tracked in,
Yep.
which kind of makes you lean forward a little bit. Your butt kind of goes back, and then the suit's not able to help you anymore.
Right. And that's why it's called assisted lifted, gear lifting, single ply, multiply.
Yep.
There's a new one that's called unlimited.
That's right. IDFPA, all we care about here is single ply. But there are other federations where you can add multiple plies and you can go unlimited, and those are for the people that want to really lift as much as they possibly can, right?
Pushing the human
Pushing the human the body beyond its normal limits, which is cool in its own right. Emily, lots of intensity coming in.
Focus, BLS, 3.
Unfortunately, no good for her there. So she'll leave the squat event with her opener squat, which is 125 kilos. Last 4 lifters of Flight B here in session 1. We have 3 flights total for this morning's session. So we'll be seeing one more flight after this.
Bars ready for Kate.
Kate taking 140 kilos, 308 and change.
380 pounds for Kate.
Unracks with a lot of control here. She looks very calm and collected. A good omen for the lift. Oh, high bar gets pretty close to depth, but will the ref say she made it? Unfortunately not, right on that borderline there. And especially with a high bar squatter, it's very easy to tell if that hip crease is at depth or not at depth. Sometimes being high bar can be deceiving as well. It can make you squat look even higher. Unfortunately, not there. But I'm sure that counts towards her gym lifts, as we say, her personal bests outside of a meet, and she was clearly glad that she stood up with that. Sarah, our Austrian lifter of the day, 142 kilos on the bar. Missed her second, went up 2.5 anyway. Let's see how it plays out. Okay, no issue on strength there. And the refs say it's good 2-1. So she'll leave with 142 kilos towards her total from the squad. Only 2 more lifters in Flight B as the spotters and loaders move those uprights in. Our second to last lifter is equipped. Brianne Jones with 145 kilos on the bar. Representing 9 for 9 Academy. She needs this squat. It'll be a big PR for her if she gets it. Absolute technician. Unfortunately, a no lift for depth, but the technique was immaculate. All she needed was to just sink it a little bit more, unfortunately. And now we have Isabel, 147 keys on the bar, same weight as her last attempt. She needs this squat more than anyone else in this session so far. She needs this squat to stay in the meet. The crowd is going wild, cheering for her, cheering her on. They want her to succeed. We want her to succeed. Chat, send your positive vibes Isabel's way, because she needs this. Controlled unrack. You can see she's got a lot of focus riding on this. It looked better than her last attempt. We'll see what the refs have to say. Oh, and 2 white lights is all you need. What a relief for Isabel. Oh my goodness, that is, having been there before, That is one of the best feelings of relief that you can have in a meet like this. When the pressure's on and she's able to execute, that shows her something about herself as well. The grit that it takes to overcome that kind of adversity, that mental adversity as well. Good job, Isabel. Spotters and loaders getting the rack ready for flight C of session 1. We're taking first attempts. Another equipped lifter from 9 for 9 Academy. We have Jace taking 95 kilos, adjusting his belt. One rule that Jerry and I neglected to mention earlier is that you can only adjust your belt on the platform. All your other equipment you have to adjust off the platform. Jace coming down, going up. A little unsteady, but made it work. And it's a good lift from the referees. Up next, we have Ezekiel.
Ezekiel out of Three Rivers, Michigan, Three Rivers High School.
Taking 100 keys for a spin. Rah. No knee sleeves, no knee wraps, no wrist wraps. He's got a belt, but
He didn't tighten it.
I noticed that. That looked pretty loose to me.
Yeah, he turned around and looked at his belt and he went, oh well.
I guess I didn't need that.
Yeah.
So Ezekiel, some advice for you. Load it up. Load it up, baby.
All right, bars loaded for London out of Blue Mountain Christian University.
From Louisiana.
We are going to open with a 5-kilo PR.
All right.
There you go. Somebody had a great off season.
Somebody had a real good off season.
London McAdams.
This is equipped.
Black on black on black.
Yeah, that's how I roll. I like it.
Oh, wow.
There
A
you
little
go.
tougher than she probably wanted to be on her
Yeah,
opener. She
slight
doesn't look very
mismove.
happy. Yeah, and that up down that we saw, that kind of like, it looked like a stall from the front.
Right.
But the side referees did see some up down, unfortunately.
Just a little tweak. In my opinion, it's mid-back strength that helps keep you upright.
That's right. That's so right, Jerry. Something I'm working on a lot these days is that mid-back strength.
Up next, we have Aiden out of BLS, opening with 281 pounds.
As a 52-kilo lifter, by the way. Comparing body weight to squat here, he's opening up with more than double his body weight. You can see he's got a really aggressive low bar here. Just like the position of the bar compared to the shoulder.
And his feet were together.
And his feet were together. He's got that like almost like French low bar
Right.
position.
Yeah.
Insane mobility requirements for that.
Cade Lazarus, Calvary Baptist Academy out of Louisiana. Equipped.
Whoa.
A little forward. What do we got? Give me
Unfortunately,
no
no
lift
lift there.
Yeah, right as about he was going to hit depth, he pitched forward, and it's hard to get your hips underneath where you're supposed to have them.
Yeah.
Little tweak, come back, fix that. In equipped, it's hard to say whether or not you should go up
Yeah.
because it's so technical. I would probably stay the same, get in the game, and then let it ride on your third.
Yeah, especially because kind of the overcorrections he had to make to even stand up with the weight on that one probably took a little bit more out of him than he wanted.
It does.
Oh, the smile on the unrack. She's happy to be here.
Victoria out of Blue Mountain Christian University in Louisiana.
It reminds me of my cheerleading days. That looked like a good squat. That reminded me where you the second you step on the platform, you can only smile. There's only smiles, and she was all smiles there for her first attempt. I should employ that strategy. Maybe it'll take the nerves away from the first squat nerves. Opening with almost 315 pounds, the 3-plate squat.
Quentin out of Alma High School in Washington. That's another long flight.
Yeah, it is. 3-hour time zone difference.
Wow.
Didn't affect him at all.
See, that's how you do it right there. That was gorgeous.
Yeah.
Perfect. That was nice.
Up next, we have Cody from Troy, Michigan. Opening 2.5 kilos under his personal best. Okay.
I've been to Troy. I used to live in Michigan.
Did you really, Jerry? That's a fun fact I didn't know about you. Does Gino know that about you?
I don't know. But just north of Pontiac, it was called Orion, Lake Orion, Michigan.
Nice.
Yeah. Did my high school years there.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. Did my earlier years in Nashua, and then now I'm a Mainer.
Now you're a Mainer. Okay, 142 keys. How well does it move? Pretty well.
Yeah, looked good.
I don't think 145 says 1 rep max anymore.
No, not today.
Austin opening with 330 for his first attempt squat. This is my best deadlift. So good on him.
Out of Edgewater, Maryland, South River High School.
Austin from South River High School, USA, I believe. 330 pounds.
Wow, very fast.
Speed.
One of those just like dive bomb type lifters. Interested to see where he goes from here with his squat, because that was only 5 pounds above his best.
Yep.
But sometimes with those lifters that are really speedy and really explosive, the brakes come on quick.
It's true. I tried doing that early in my career. It didn't work out for me.
It sounds like there's a story there, but we can leave that for another time.
No, I think when I made the switch over to single ply, I have a harder time squatting fast now when I'm wrong.
No, that's fair. That's fair, because you're just so used to
Slow
the
descent.
slow groove.
Yeah. But it worked, so I'm not complaining.
Evan Curry, Team 9 for 9 Academy.
Another single ply lifter.
Going for 155. All right. If that's not
good.
depth, I don't know what
That
is.
looked good.
I'll go on mute for the rest of the. Yeah. Okay. That was a good lift.
If he had pockets, he would have dropped his change.
Yeah. The phone would have fallen out of the back pocket for sure on that one.
That was a good looking squat.
Already back up to the top of the order for Flight B. Jace looking to take 102.5 kilos for his second attempt. Approximately 225 pounds for those of us who speak freedom units.
Out of Heflin, Louisiana.
On Team 9 for 9 Academy here.
Barnes ready, case.
Another equipped lifter.
9 for 9 Academy.
I think all of the 9 for 9 Academy lifters are equipped. I mean, we're only in session 1 here, so we can't say what's going on for session 2 and 3, but so far. All right, if you could just sink it. Oh, we'll see what they say. A little bobbling in the hole.
It might have been up, down in the hole.
You know what? One ref
white.
saw it, but the
Yeah.
other one, that was a gift if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, happy birthday.
That's right.
It happens,
And it was cleaner than his first. So
Right.
if he could clean it up a little bit more on the third, then we're talking.
Yep. There's times when I've had a lift and I was like, and then it was good. I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll take it.
That's right. That's right.
I'm not going to argue.
I'm a chronic second attempt moves worse than the third attempt lifter.
Right?
So you know, I mean, with equip lifting, it's a little different, but you got to take that in consideration as well, the lifter.
All right, so this time he has his belt cinched in.
Okay, load it up, Ezekiel. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this.
Too.
That moved too well.
That was fast. Up next we have London out of Louisiana. This is a 5 kilo PR on squat number 2.
Jeez, on the second. I remember when I used to make progress like that from meet to meet. 60 kilos, 60 kilos, 60 kilos, and now we don't add that many kilos to our total anymore, huh, Jerry?
I mean, I added, I think, 400 pounds to my my raw total, but it was 6 years in between.
Yeah, that makes a difference, Jerry.
281
Let's
on
see
the bar
how
for
this
London.
goes.
Come on,
Oh,
there you go.
I mean, it looked very similar to her first. We'll see if she was able to get a little bit deeper. Unfortunately not. So that puts her in a position, a rather stressful position for her third attempt.
Yeah. I don't use this strategy, but I've seen it before. When you get close to the bottom where you feel the suit is what we call kicking out, it's as low as the suit will let you go. And then you can do a quick dip.
Like a little drop.
It gets you about 3/4 of an inch. But
Yeah.
that might be all she needs.
Yeah.
But
well, and it's hard
this
because
isn't-
that's losing tension in your legs when you do that, and then to regain it so quickly
Yeah, you got
as
to
on the way up, you got to be.
It has to be
dialed.
something that you practice.
That's
it's
right.
not something you try in your third attempt at an international
That's
meet.
right. Good
All
lift
right.
2-1 for Cade, 135 keys.
2.5 below his personal record, so we may see a match, maybe 2.5 kilo PR.
I'm always the one that says send it. You know, we're here on the world stage,
Yeah.
and if you're in a secure position with your team points, send it.
Yeah.
Or if you're not in a secure position and you need those points for your team, send it.
Either way,
Either way,
send it.
you won't know until you know. Aiden going for 135 for his second attempt.
This is a match.
This is a PR match on his second? Oh,
Yep.
jeez.
This
With his feet, his knees are like touching. His feet are pretty much touching.
I can say almost less than an inch.
That mobility is insane.
There you go.
Jeez. That stance is so hard to hit depth in for some people.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think just you have to have that special morphology of your pelvis and your hip, just like the way your leg goes into your pelvis, because like couldn't be me.
When I was 150 pounds, I could do that.
That's insane.
But I'm no longer 150 pounds.
You're telling me, Jerry. It's been a long time since I've seen that number.
I think the lightest I ever competed at was at 145.
That was in your bodybuilding days?
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's how you accumulate 34 state records is by competing in 5 different weight
all
classes.
the weight classes.
Yeah.
Every time you lift, it's a new weight class debut.
Yeah, pretty much.
Victoria, happy to be here, looking to take 147, which is 2.5 keys above her personal best for her second attempt.
With a smile. Look at
The
that.
smile just,
All right, she's my favorite lifter already.
it moved so well. It was like, and her facial expression didn't even change.
Nope.
The smile was just like glued there. Like, it doesn't matter. I wonder when the weight gets heavy, you know, if we'll see a change in her facial expression at all, because that was awesome. That was awesome.
My eyes water. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm at that point where I'm running that really, really tight gear.
Yeah, and it's painful.
I was doing low box squats the other day in just my briefs, and it was too low. Because it was light, it was speeds,
Yeah.
so it was lighter. So I had to throw a pad on there, like, all right, perfect. Oh, the
still-
last inch and a half, I had tears coming down.
Oh, you can do it, Jerry. You can do it. That is the difference between me and an equip lifter.
Looking good for Cody.
Yeah, 2.5 keys above his personal best as well.
There you
Looks
go.
like he's got a lot more in the tank.
I wouldn't mind seeing maybe a 5 kilo jump.
At least. I'd go 7.5.
Yeah.
I'd go 7.5.
Got Quentin coming up. And this is 5 under, so 336 pounds.
Oh, he only took a 5 kilo jump from his first to his second, so his coach isn't going to give him 7.5 keys.
Yeah.
Unless they send it.
You know, because there's a lot of times where you're like, all right, that moved way better than I thought that was going to
Yeah,
move.
true. Okay, all right.
All right, Q. All right, Q.
Q. But Elma is, it's going to be good. 2 white
Good,
lights.
2 white lights is all you need. That moved a lot closer to how I expect a second. I mean, you want 10 keys.
Yeah.
So that's right around where we want a second attempt to be.
Austin's second attempt is going to be just under 353 pounds.
As a 60 kilo lifter, 100 keys above your body weight,
Ready for Austin.
That's 2 3/4 body weight. That's pretty good.
that's pretty good. And this is where the dots comes into play, right, Jerry? So for these lighter lifters, they're lifting less absolute load than a lifter who's, maybe 200 pounds more than them.
That was fast.
So good. Oh my God. Another 10 for the third, please.
Wow.
But yeah, so for these lighter lifters that are lifting less absolute load, it creates that fairness. It levels the playing field a little bit. It's still
Not perfect.
it's not perfect. Dots does favor the middle weight classes.
Yep.
But also it's based on one of the variables in the dots calculation is based on world record. So the middle weight classes are also the more populated than the heavier weight classes. So it's where you are relative to the world record as well as your actual body weight and things like that. So, but it does, every approximation is going to have its faults, and we like dots and we use dots to kind of help compare.
Right. Yeah. Evan taking 358.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Wow.
That looked slow, but it looked
Very
smooth.
Very controlled. Like he knew where his body was on every inch of the ascent.
Who knows? I mean, there might be another 7.5, 10 kilos there. Even though it looks slow, I lift slow also.
Sure.
So I remember the coach I have now, he saw one of my videos. He's like, ooh, move pretty slow though, huh, Jay? I said, they all do.
They all do.
They all
135 moves slow, 425 moves slow. They all move slow.
I don't have that pop.
Which is okay. You don't have to. That's the great thing about powerlifting. You could be an explosive athlete, or you could be someone who moves slowly with control.
Yeah.
And the sport can still be for you.
Yeah, I'm less horsepower, more torque.
Nice. All right.
Look good on depth.
We'll see how this goes for Jace.
237 pounds. That's good. 2 white lights.
Nice. Good job, Jace.
So we are in the third round. Up next, we got Ezekiel. He's going for a 5 kilo PR. 253 and 1/2 pounds. At a Three Rivers High School, Michigan, USA. This is, I think, our only athlete today that
No knee sleeves.
Yeah, no knee sleeves. Bare knee.
That's insane to me. My knees, just watching this, I'm like in shambles. Wow.
Come on. There you go.
We'll see if the ref saw what I saw
here. Is that
here.
a good enough stall? No.
Okay, yep. So they saw at that sticking point a little bit of up and down motion. But honestly, what a good fight.
Yep.
Put some knee sleeves on. That'll be real easy. So all jokes aside, at least in my perspective, just having something that's compressing my knee, it tells my brain where my knee is, and that's called proprioception.
Yep.
So I have a hard time connecting my brain to, especially the lower limbs, like the end of my arm or the end of my feet, and the knee sleeves help my brain say, knee there, push there.
Get a 5 kilo PR attempt here at 281.
Yeah, and so London really does need to sink this, as we were talking about, just a little bit lower.
She just may need just a little bit more weight to help get that
Yeah.
depth in. And
Oh,
I mean, that's
we'll see.
on the edge, on the edge. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
She clearly doesn't lack the
Come on.
strength.
Get in there, get in there.
Oh, unfortunately not there for her. So this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, Jerry, where if you don't post a successful squat, you do technically bomb out. That's the, you know, the lingo, bomb out, but that just means that you won't be able to post an official total.
Right.
Depending on how the meet director feels, you may still be able to lift.
Yep.
And if you would like to, and you know, you peaked for this meet, you prepped for however many months.
I will.
You know, still go in, see how much you can bench, see how much you can deadlift.
Also experience.
Exactly. Time on platform should not be understated.
I mean, they run a 1 minute time anyway for when you're not, you know, when you're out of the meet. So why not use that 1 minute to your advantage?
That's right. Practice on the platform. Oh, unfortunately, that one's not going to be any good.
Yeah, it's going to be an up-down, but that was a heck of a fight.
That's right. Good fight. Yeah, so continuing to do the bench and the deadlift, even if you bomb out, there's benefits there, right? It tells your coach where your top end can be.
Yep.
Granted, obviously, she fought a lot on those squats, so maybe her top end's not exactly where she wants it to be, but still it gives them data points for future training sessions.
Yep.
And that experience on the platform is everything. You don't want to let the nerves of bombing out.
Right.
Like, that's the most nerves you could possibly have on the platform, so how can you perform the rest of the day, you know?
So the chances of bombing out in single ply are much higher than they are raw.
That's right. Just because of those misgrooves that we talked about, you know? Just like that.
Like, I almost bombed out of the Arnold for bench. Bench is so hard.
Sure.
So hard.
It's a real technical lift raw, then you add the shirt to it, and it gets a whole lot more technical. Hopefully you guys will see in the bench today some people benching with shirts, and then
I'm sure.
then you'll understand exactly what we're talking about.
Victoria. Bars ready for Victoria, 336
152 kilos on the bar for Victoria here from Louisiana.
7.5 kilo PR attempt, 336.
Let's go. That's like 15 pounds, basically.
Yeah. And smiles.
Okay, listen, she has to have a history in like gymnastics or dance or cheerleading or something. You don't perform with a smile like that if you don't have that kind of history. Look at her.
Or it's how you block out the pain. Here we go.
Oh, true.
That looks good.
Wow,
that
Def looked good to me.
Come on, drive it, drive it. Oh.
Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy for her on the day. Maybe maybe a 5 kilo PR might have been there, but hard to say. She still looked happy, though. She still looked happy.
You know, everyone goes through, 8 weeks of prep. I'm peaking for this certain day, but it's up to the powerlifting gods of whether or not it's going to be your best day.
That's so true. You could do everything right, and then just sometimes, as the kids say, the vibes are off.
Or as I say, gravity was just pulling harder.
That's right. Come on, Cody. So this was the 7.5 kilo jump that I said they did make, and it looks like it paid off for them.
Yeah. Nice.
Very good for Cody. He's excited. The vibes were not off for him.
Yep. Up next we have Quentin. This is a 2.5 kilo PR attempt, 353.
Let's go, Quentin.
Very close to 3 times his body weight.
Yeah, rocking the stiff sleeves.
That's right. It's so funny to see how those same knee sleeves look on all different body types.
Yep.
They look much shorter on my legs. Oh, a fight finishes it with the fight.
What do we got for depth?
During that grind, when you see the hips go from side to side and the weight shift from leg to leg, it's very common for the weight to come down, unfortunately. So, but that was a good grind by him. Good scrap.
So 369 for Evan.
9 for 9 Academy.
Out of Greenwood, Louisiana, Calvary Academy.
Bars ready.
Second to last lifter of the squat session for today.
Warming up the shoes. Wow. With plenty in the tank. Plenty in the tank. 3 white lights.
I'm trying to remember, did that move faster than his second attempt?
Well, I think he nailed positioning on that one. That was a very good
That
looking
looked
squat.
so easy.
And that's the thing. It can be the hardest you've ever squatted or the easiest.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of probably 2 degrees on your back.
The execution there was phenomenal.
All right, so here's Austin. Austin squats very quick. We got 375 on the bar.
Last squat of the morning. Wow, okay. Looked pretty good for me.
What do we got?
Oh, it looks like he missed a command.
Oh, rack command, I would
Yeah.
imagine. Because you get so excited.
So excited for the PR.
Yeah.
Well, that'll do it for session 1 squats for the IDFPA Student and University World Championships. Jerry and I will join you in 10 short minutes for the bench press. Welcome back, folks, to the 2025 IDFPA Student and University World Championships. As you can see here, we've got a little passing of the baton, as it were, on the platform here. My co-commentator, Jerry, is going to take a spin out on the platform for announcing, give Gino a little bit of a break. Gino, at some point, is going to be joining me to do some commentary for you guys on the live stream for the bench press event. So get excited for that. Bars loaded for our first lifter. Sorry, 37.5 kilos on the bar for Ina from BLS. It's a good lift for Ina. Coming up next, we have Samantha St. Louis. As you can see, the spotters and loaders are bringing over some blocks, putting those on the floor near the foot end of the bench. What are the blocks for, you may ask? This is for lifters who feel like their feet can't touch the ground when they're laying on the bench, so we give them blocks so their feet have something firm to stand on, and that helps them generate some leg drive for the bench, which is all important. You may think it's just an upper body movement, but it's actually, when you're leveraging leg drive, you can get a lot more out of it. And that's the point of this, right? Is lifting the most you can. So we've got Samantha with 37.5 keys going down, pressing it back up after she gets our press command and racking it. Looked like a good lift to me. We'll see what the judges say. 3 white lights, folks. As promised, joining me in the commentary booth, we have the legendary Gino.
Oh, yes, I'm a legend in my own mind.
In your own mind? Well, I think you're a little more of a legend than that. He was, as I said, announcing the squat session, and here he's joining us to talk about the bench press. We've got Cherish with 40 kilos on the bar. Looked like a good lift. Gonna give you a softball here, Gino. What is a good lift for the bench press look like? What are the rules?
A good lift is you follow the 3 commands. The 3 commands are start, press, rack. It's amazing how many people miss that, even seasoned lifters.
Especially that press command.
Yeah,
a lot of people skipping that press command.
They beat the press command, yeah. Sometimes they try to cheat and see when they feel the referee is going to make the press command, so they're not holding it down as long. Sometimes they're spot on, and sometimes they get a yellow for beating the press command. And then you have to make sure that your elbows are locked out in the starting, where your elbows started in the beginning. Right here, you see her elbows should be locked out, and then when she gets the press command, they should come back to that locked out position.
That's right.
Wow, she had a short range of motion.
She really did. She really did. And that's one of the nice things about lifting in the IDFPA is we are all about lifting as much as you can on the bench press.
Right.
So we're not going to put any limitations on how the lifter must bench press. A lot of times you see on social media people saying, oh, that's not a full rep or whatever because your back's not flat. But it's within the guidelines of the rule book.
Yeah, sure.
And that's how I like to bench press as well, Gino. I'll tell you what.
Good for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the rest of the rules are make sure your butt stays on the bench, your shoulder blades are back. I mean that's not a rule, but it helps. Yep. Your feet have to stay flat on the floor. They can slide, but they cannot lift up. You can't push off your heels or your toes.
That's right.
And you have to wait for the almighty rack command. Some lifters, again, even seasoned lifters, that lift is good for her. 3 white lights for Emanuela. But some of the lifters, they're so elated after they get a PR bench, they slam it back into the rack and they do not wait for the rack command. And it's such a disappointment when you made the lift and you miss it on a technicality,
That's so true. And it's one thing, when you're in the gym and you're all excited and you do that, and that's okay. There's no refs there. But on the platform, we do hold everybody to that same standard. And so that's one of the things we're going to be looking for today. As well as one thing that's very similar to the squat is once you press that bar up, if there's any downward motion of the bar as part of the press,
I forgot about that. Correct.
Then that would be a reason to disqualify the lift as well.
You can seesaw it up, You can
Yeah,
seesaw it up.
Yep, so like one hand can go up while the other one kind of gets stuck, so it can be an uneven press, as they say. That's okay, as long as there's no downward motion.
Correct.
Of the entire bar.
You know the rules better than me.
Listen, I'm a lowly state referee. You've been doing this a lot longer than I have. I think together
We'll get through it.
We'll get through it. That's right. That's right.
Here comes Macy, 104 pounds from Hortonville. That's in Wisconsin, for those of you that weren't sure. And her quote is, "Live life to the fullest." That's a pretty good quote.
I think so too.
Covers a broad range of individuals, I think.
Yeah, and especially like, powerlifting, the spirit of the sport here is lifting as much as you can. In that sense, you're pushing yourself to the max, you're probably living life to the fullest. So it looks like she got a replace command potentially, or did she even unrack the bar?
She did, and then she got a replace
Yeah.
command.
So when you get that replace command, a lot of people forget about it, but it's because you've done something like that you're not supposed to do. Yeah.
Right.
So
Elbows probably weren't locked out.
or her butt was like
Her
not
butt was-
touching,
yeah,
or her
yeah.
heels were up.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're not in the proper starting position after 5 seconds, you're going to get that replace command from the chief referee. And that's so that you can save energy, right?
Right.
You're not just holding the bar up there forever and not knowing why.
Right. Fabiana, Boston Latin High School. Little interesting trivia, Boston Latin High School is the oldest high school in the history of the United States of America.
I did not know that.
I believe it was established in 1634 or 35.
That's insane.
And actually 4 people that signed the Declaration of Independence graduated from Boston Latin High School.
Wow. Do you think Eric teaches that to his students?
He does, for sure, as he taught me.
Fabiana pressed up 52.5 with ease for her first attempt. And just like with the squat, right, we've got 3 attempts for the bench press. Your first one, you want it to be pretty easy, something you can do for 3 to 5 reps.
Correct.
Just so you make sure that you're, quote unquote, in the meet, right? You posted a bench press, and then your second can go be heavier, and your third, is as close to an all-out max as you feel comfortable going.
Right.
So far, commentators curse. We're doing good for first attempt benches. We're doing good.
Excellent.
We like to see a lot of green. Bench press is typically the lift that is most failed because the proportion of weight that you're lifting compared to like your upper body strength, right, is a lot higher. So a 2.5 kilo jump on bench means a lot more than a 2.5 kilo jump on squat.
That combined with the 3 commands and
Yep.
the butt, the feet, the elbow lockout. The head used to be a rule, but not anymore.
Yep.
The head had to stay flat. Now your head, you come up. So there's a lot of things for the referees to look at. Zariah, I'm sorry, her lift was good, right?
Yep.
And a lot of things for the referees to look at, and it's tough to see them all at the same time, too.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of having 3 referees, right?
You got it.
3 points of view, 3 people who can see stuff. But as you can imagine, as much as it is for a referee to look at all this stuff, as a lifter, you've got a lot to think about.
Yeah.
And it's not only to think about the rules, but the bench in and of itself is a complex lift.
Correct.
As I mentioned at the beginning before Gino joined, making sure you're leveraging leg drive is a very hard technique to learn. Making sure that you're pulling the bar down to your chest to the right spot, right?
I was just going to say, you better hit that exact spot if you're raw, and hit that bubble if you got a bench shirt on.
That's right.
To load the shirt properly.
And every time going down to the same spot and pressing up the same way, if you lose tension anywhere in your body, it's an energy leak that's going to cost you on bench for sure.
Sure. Well, that was Laura Jones from Australia. We had people coming all the way from the other side of the globe, Australia.
Insane. I wonder when she flew in, because that is a long flight.
Yeah, she came. She came in and it was already tomorrow.
It was already tomorrow. Her parents were like, "How was it yesterday?" Ina going for 40 kilos for her second attempt. Very locked out arms. Pretty snappy responses on those commands as well, and a good lift for her.
Here comes Cherish again from McKendree University. You know, a lot of these lifters, the names are all so familiar because, one, I've been announcing them for years, and 2, I just announced them about a month ago at Collegiate National Championships.
That's right.
A lot of them are coming back now. The winners at Collegiate Nationals are now coming to try to put another mark on their belt to win worlds.
Or to, even post up some world records for some of these folks,
Sure.
We may see some of those today.
Sure.
To even be at this meet, your team had to be in the top 3 at the high school or collegiate nationals. And if you're here as an individual, the stakes are even harder.
Right.
So, these are the best of the best as far as we're, student and university level competitors are concerned.
Correct.
So very excited to see how these things shape up as the sessions go on.
Right. And again, a week or so before collegiate nationals, I announced high school nationals in, of all places, Appleton, Wisconsin, which
Yeah.
is where our next lifter is from, Hortonville High School.
Could you imagine?
Appleton, Wisconsin, the home of our high school nationals this year. So a lot of repeat lifters.
A home meet, a home field advantage
Yeah.
meet for a national level championship. That must have felt good.
Yeah.
A little bit of a fight from Samantha, and unfortunately 42.5 kilos not there for her today. But hopefully she's able to turn it around for the third, retake that. But like we said, right, like even just a 2.5 kilo jump, especially when you're only lifting 42.5 kilos, the percentage is very high.
Gotcha.
Of 2.5 kilos for that. So the jumps here are really hard for lightweight lifters. A 2.5 kilo jump is the smallest jump you can make.
Correct.
So when it's 10% of your overall lift, that's a big jump that
Right.
we're asking these guys to do. Oh, more impressive than if I were to do it. Much more impressive. And here we've got Paris with that really wide grip. Looks like max grip. What does max grip mean, Gino?
It means it's wide as you can go while your fingers are covering the rings.
That's right. So you can kind of see as these spotters and loaders move the bar around, there's rings on the, near the uprights
Right.
on the bar. And that's your fingers, your ring fingers have to cover those rings on the bar.
The wider you go, the less distance you need to lock out.
Yeah.
But the wider you go, you lose some of that tricep
Yep.
strength, and you're really relying on your chest more than chest, shoulders, and triceps.
Sure. And the demand, the mobility demands on the shoulder when you're all the way out there
Right.
become a lot higher. And the ability to keep your upper back tight too, I find, is
that's
also hard.
Tougher, yeah.
Yeah. So you pick and choose your battles on the bench press here. Emanuela, 47.5 kilo press. A little slow off the chest, but she was managed to turn it around. Looked good to me. A blue card from the center referee, so where she had that little bit of a stall, they saw maybe a little bit of up and down. Or potentially her elbows were unlocked on the start or the finish of the lift.
And here comes Denver from Michigan, Grand Haven High School. I spoke with her last night briefly in the lobby. She was excited about being here today. And I love her quote, "Perhaps the earth was made round so that we would not see too far down the road."
I like that.
Give that some thought, right?
That's a little too deep for 10:45 in the morning
You got
for me.
that right, baby.
But I'll come back around for that when we come to deadlifts. I might be more warmed up to think intellectually in that way.
Yep. And what did she get? She got 3 white lights.
3 white lights for 52.5 keys. Excellent work by Denver. Lots of people setting themselves up for some solid third attempts on the bench press here.
Well, here comes Macy. And Macy hails from Hortonville. That's Hortonville High School, right? In Wisconsin, USA.
Looking to match her PR on her second attempt,
Right.
which is not an easy thing to do, especially for the bench press. Gets the start command. A good press, solid press. Looks good from what we can see. Perfect. So one thing you'll notice, and especially getting towards the end of the flight here and getting ready to go into thirds, you and we can only see from the head referee's point of view.
Right.
So if as the weight gets harder and the attempts get heavier, there may be some things that we can't see, like Gino mentioned, if your butt comes up off the bench or if your feet change position.
We can't see that
That's
from our
right.
angle.
That's right. So we'll try to explain those things as they come up. We haven't seen any of those yet, really, but we'll try to explain those as they come up, because on the third attempt, that's where the rubber's meeting the road.
What do you think of our new logo, the IDFPA logo? I think it's great.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I think it's simple. I think it gets the point across, but I also like that it's not hard to read.
Correct.
Like, it's very clear. Like, this is what it is.
Yeah.
IDFPA, International Drug-Free Powerlifting Association. Lift clean. Hashtag lift clean, as you can see on the banners back there.
Right.
We do care a lot about making sure all of the lifters at all levels of our organization are lifting drug-free, right? So that's kind of the reason why IDFPA exists, is to make sure that that's fair competition for everyone at every level, not just the top lifters.
And we pride ourselves on that.
That's right. Here comes Zaraya, looking to take 67.5 kilos, setting herself up well to potentially match her PR in her third attempt. From Illinois, McKendree University. That's a big bench press for a 52-kilo lifter.
It certainly is. I announced her at Collegiate Nationals also, where I believe she won.
Dang. Where were CNATs this year?
Oh, wow, you're putting me on the spot.
Sorry.
I do this every week. They all blend together. I believe CNATS was in Oklahoma. Oh, yeah, it was in Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah, that's ringing a bell now.
Yeah,
That's ringing a bell.
Oklahoma City, yeah.
Nice.
All right, Melbourne. Now us in America, we say Melbourne. That is not how they say it down there in Down Under. If you're from Melbourne and you live in Australia, you say Melbourne.
Melbourne, kind of like
Yeah.
B-I-N.
Yeah.
That's like Worcester, around here.
Yeah, right. Right. So she hails from Melbourne, Australia. Hillcrest Christian College.
Wow, okay, 72.5 kilos on the bar. That's 7.5 kilos above her personal best.
Wow.
Very good looking bench press as well.
Strong.
Train insane or remain the same, she says.
I read her quote.
I
Yeah.
love that.
Her quote was interesting.
It's a good lift for her there.
I'm gonna.
One card from the chief referee, a yellow card. I didn't quite catch what that was.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you during the squats too. I mean, we got 3 bars ready for Ina. We got 3 seasoned referees up there, and I'm standing way over in the corner and I can't see everything. But I saw a lot of colors that I had no idea what was going on because I'm too far away. But these guys aren't missing a trick.
They really aren't. They're locked in, as the kids say. Another good-looking bench press. As far as quality is concerned, we'll see what the refs have to say about the standard, and it looks like good from them as well. Our second third attempt bench press, same weight as Ina, 42.5 kilos. This will match Samantha's PR. And she's, as Gino mentioned, from Appleton, Wisconsin, competing for Hortonville High School. Very narrow grip.
Right.
Lots of lat activation on that one. But it looked good. I don't think that looked how a third attempt should look.
No,
She's got to go take a PR in the warm-up room. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Did you see that one guy squatting where his legs were almost
Oh, like touching
each other?
The mobility demands for something like that, I could never.
I've never seen that before.
I don't think there's enough room for my torso in that kind of squat either.
Guy had 1 inch in between his legs when
That's
he
right.
was standing for the squat.
Insane.
All right, here comes Cherish again, 99 pounds.
Something to be said about, it doesn't matter your body shape, your body size. If you can find a way to make it work, and that's what powerlifting's for.
Yep.
Let's see here. 2.5 kilos above her personal best.
She's got that wide grip.
Ooh,
Now, it looked like she paused and continued. I didn't see any
I
downward
agree.
movement. Yep.
I agree.
3 whites. Okay.
And that moved, they came up probably faster off her chest than she was expecting. And I know that's happened to me before where I'm like, oh, that was easier. Oh, shoot, I have to keep pressing.
And let me say what I usually say when somebody benches 99 pounds. That was 99-pound bench for Cherish, and she has 99 problems, but the bench ain't one.
But the bench ain't one. That's so right.
It's an oldie but a goodie. Here comes Paris, 104 pounds from Boston Latin High School. I love her saying, she says, don't date boys, they are stupid. But that's not her quote. That's Eric Cordero, the coach's quote.
That's right.
So.
And it clearly seems to be working for her so far.
Yeah.
6 for 6 on the day.
Wow.
A blue card from the chief referee. I think that was probably elbows.
Yeah.
Being a little bit unlocked there. And that's pretty common with those wider grips as well.
Right.
Sometimes it's just like that's just how it is, and you're as close as you can be to
Right.
locked, but it's just not going to lock out all the way.
Emanuela,
Even 50 kilos on the bar.
2.5 kilo PR for her.
Oh! The classic quote, be yourself, everyone else is already taken.
Ah, a quote from Oscar Wilde.
That's right. I like that. Wow. Oh. She's got a long way to go on that press.
She does.
But she did it well. I'm not jealous. She's going to have a good deadlift on her. I'll say that. But I'm not jealous of those long arm benchers.
Right.
Denver coming up to take 55 kilos for her third attempt bench. Matching her all-time PR. Taking her time to set up. You can see here our center spotter giving her a bit of a handoff. That's just so you can conserve a little bit of energy. You don't
Right.
have to unrack it yourself.
Right.
Very quick down to the chest.
I'm watching.
I didn't
I
see
saw
any.
no downward movement.
Yeah. It was definitely hard.
Oh.
Okay, so this is a great example. She got
Is that
yellow.
a yellow and a blue?
Yeah, yellow from the left and blue from the right. I didn't see downward motion from the chief referee angle, and the chief referee didn't either. So if I were her coach, I would go to the jury table
just gonna say,
and protest the blue.
That coach should be running over to the jury
That's
table
right.
to protest that blue. Yellow might have been butter foot on that
Yeah.
side. We can't see that. But I didn't see any downward movement.
That's right. I think of the two calls, the most likely one to get overturned would be that blue.
Yeah. But
But they do have the best view on the platform there. So whatever decisions they come to, I'm not going to question them.
well, we did overturn one during the squats.
Oh, we did. That's good.
And I'm not trying to take all the hold on. And the lift is good, 3 legs. I'm not trying to take credit for it, but I did mention to the coach you might want to go to the jury table on that squat.
Yeah.
And he went over and they overturned it.
Oh, that's good to hear.
And he gave me a little thumbs up.
We did it, Gino.
We're team players.
Yeah, we did it. Anything's possible when we're a team.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear.
I know the jury table doesn't like it when I do that, so sometimes I'll sneak over and I'll tell them, hey, you might want to go to the jury table.
That's right. Oh, a good fight from Macy. Unfortunately not there on the day. 55 kilos. I don't think that 55 kilo press is going to be overturned for Denver. I
Yeah.
don't see it changing yet in lifting cast.
Gotcha. All right, here comes Zariah. Bar's ready for Zariah.
Matching her PR here, 72.5 kilos. She's taking her time. She has, just like every other lifter does, 60 seconds to get the start command for the press here. And she's already, she's at 40 now. Plenty of time, 30 seconds to just get that start command.
And this is almost 1.5 times her body weight, which is pretty darn good ratio for a female raw bench.
No kidding. Oh, unfortunately not quite there on the day today. She took 67.5 for her second, so that's what she'll bring to her total going into the deadlift.
Right.
But it was a valiant effort.
It was.
It's a big bench.
All right, here she comes, Lara Jones
Last bencher of Flight A.
from Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Oh, so this is the last lifter? Okay.
Flight A, yep. 3 flights today for the morning session. Bit of a dynamic setup here. to make sure she can get her shoulders set on the bench exactly where she wants them to be.
About 1.4 times her body weight. She's approaching that 1.5 times body weight too.
Jeez. A little shaky off the chest, and unfortunately just a little bit too much there. So that's one thing you'll see sometimes with the lifters who come down really fast.
Yeah.
Just like in the squat when we talked about it with Jerry, when you come down fast, you have the, I'll say, benefit of a little bit of maybe momentum or elasticity.
To bounce up, yeah.
To bounce up, but when you have to pause for so long in the chest because the bar's not motionless, that takes out all that momentum.
Right.
So, I opt for a soft touch approach
So do I.
because it's just, you come down with more control, you know where the bar's at, and then as soon as it's on your chest, it's already motionless.
Yeah.
So you get a really fast press command most of the time.
And they say you're expending some energy by bringing it down slow, but there are so many other benefits to bringing it that you just mentioned.
That's right. Just like squatting in a suit where you're like loading. You're
Right.
doing the same thing for your body.
Right.
You're like loading the tension in your body, and it springs out.
Right. Elizabeth
Wow.
Collins, 104 pounds.
A very deep bench press.
Yeah.
Range of motion is no issue there for Elizabeth. And we got the blocks coming back out for Catherine. One of the downsides to blocks that is probably not as well talked about as it could be is it's just one more variable, right? So if your leg drive's really good and you're pressing down into those blocks, the block could slip, and then you've lost your leg drive. But for some people, it's a risk they're willing to take.
We do have, I think, an unwritten rule that you can ask the spotters and loaders
To hold it.
to hold it with their foot to prevent it from slipping, which in my opinion every single lifter should do that
Yeah.
uses blocks, but I don't think some of them know that's even an option. you know?
Yeah, no, I didn't know that was an option before you said it.
Oh,
But
really?
if I used blocks, I would definitely be asking for that.
Yeah. Because to this day they have not found something that on the bottom of the blocks really grips the carpet,
Yeah.
You start pushing and push back and they can slide right out on you.
That's right. Short of like putting in a bracket down there, but then it's a
Right.
tripping hazard for everyone else.
Right.
Brie Lynn, equipped lifting. As we mentioned, we've got some bench shirts for our equipped lifters, and you can see that really slow and controlled descent for
Right.
those. You're only going to see that for
Right.
equipped. You're not going to see any of these fast descents.
As she loads the shirt and hits that bubble spot on and then has that elliptical upward movement.
That's right. It just launches straight up.
Yeah.
And you can sometimes see like the arms, they look like they get a little loose just
Yeah.
because of the momentum that comes out of the shirt. It just
Yeah,
so fast.
I feel badly for some lifters that get such momentum after that first push that it pops up and then dips down a little.
Yeah.
And then once they do that, the lift is over.
The lift is over. There's a lot of equipped lifters at the gym I lift at that are lifting like benching 600 pounds plus. And it's crazy when that stuff happens. You're like
yeah.
scared. It's scary.
Yeah.
CJ, good lift, 55 kilos in the bench shirt as well. It's nice to see an entire team equipped.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It gives everybody a little bit of spice,
Yep,
seeing
yeah.
something different.
Right.
Molly coming up, 9 for 9 Academy team, going for same weight as the previous lifter, 55 kilos or 121 pounds. And I would argue you're not going to see an equipped lifter do a self lift off either.
No.
They would like to have that assistance from that handoff person. Wow, very deep bench press for a shirt.
Sure.
She really loaded that.
Yep.
Interested to see where she goes from there because that looked very easy.
All right, here comes Emily from Boston Latin High School. That would be in Boston, Massachusetts. She's opening up with 127 pounds, 57.5 kilos for this 65-kilo lifter. She also has quite a wide grip. Oh, there she goes. She's going to really arch that back. Digs her shoulder blades in.
Yep.
Plants her feet.
Especially with these big arches, the more you can get your traps like on the bench and just dug in there, the better it's going to be. Because your leg drive is like pushing against your,
Sure.
and your shoulders, there's only so much surface area on there.
Right.
You're going to slide back super easy if you're not set well.
Right.
But it looked good.
Yeah, it was textbook.
It really was. 57.5 kilos for Caitlin. Same weight.
Another Wisconsin lifter from Hortonville.
I think pacing well to get to her PR, 65 kilos, not to jinx her.
Right.
But if she's opening, with 57.5, we talked about.
She could get there.
Yeah, we talked about that being something you could hit for 3 to 5 reps. So definitely some room. Nice. Very tucked in, very narrow. There's nothing wrong with that's how I started bench pressing.
Right.
And it comes with upsides and downsides. It feels a lot more stable for the shoulder.
Right.
But it also forces you to touch the bar down lower on your chest, and
Right.
that puts a lot of stress on the front of your shoulder. So benefits and downsides, but it's, a lot of people prefer to bench with that more narrow
Right.
grip.
Caitlin. No, she just lifted. Sarah from Austria. I'll be, just a little FYI for the folks, I'll be announcing the Austrian National Championships, Powerlifting Championships in Vienna, Austria, the first weekend of September.
That's awesome.
So looking forward to getting over to Austria again, and they're a great bunch of people. It's a fantastic venue. It'll be a lot of fun.
I would be
Vienna.
mad at you for not coming to regionals, but
I-
Austria's way cooler than Albany, New York.
a lot of disappointed people that I was missing regionals, but
That's okay. You'll have a lot of fun there.
Yeah,
A working vacation, as they say.
you got that right. And that's 3 white lights for Sarah from Austria. Now, what do you know about Kate? She sets a lot of records.
She
doesn't
does. I just see her name everywhere.
Yeah.
77.5 kilos is her best, and she's opening just 5 kilos shy of that. So
Wow.
unless she's some people do bench with that, like, I'm only going to make 2.5 kilo jumps.
Right.
Some people just really like to open up kind of towards their top end, but if she's not one of those people, where are we going to see her go today?
Yeah. She is one strong girl.
No kidding.
Always has a nice smile on her face, too.
We love that. That's what makes the sport, welcoming.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
these people who are happy, and doesn't
Doing
matter
it
how
for the love of the sport.
it's for the love of the game, and it doesn't matter how good they are, that they just make everybody feel welcome.
Because they ain't doing it for the money.
That's for sure.
None of us are for that.
None of us are. So real.
I can make more money working at McDonald's than I do working on this job, but I love the job. So
Exactly. It's the community is something else.
right. Breanne Jones, 165.3 pounds, 75 kilos for this lifter from Shreveport, Louisiana.
And this is 2.5 kilos above her personal best, by the way.
Oh wow!
Just opening with it casually.
Wow, impressive.
She's got her bench shirt on.
Oh, she's okay. She's
Yep.
equipped. I
Yep.
see.
She's one of our 9x9 Academy equipped lifters today. Just opening with a red that's a power move,
Yeah,
especially
that
when
is.
you're a 60 kilo lifter.
Yeah.
Very controlled.
Nice.
Excellent execution.
Nice,
The perfect amount of tuck to
Yeah.
just to really make sure that shirt's doing what it's supposed to do. That was really good.
And that was a new PR, right?
Yeah, it was. 2.5 kilo PR on her opener.
Now, Isabella, this is impressive. 90 kilos.
So this is what, she had a really mentally challenging squat session for sure. Her first 2 attempts she didn't make on depth, and she was able to pull it around for her 3rd attempt. Opening with 181.
Little over her body weight.
Yeah. Let's see where she can take this, honestly, because 90 kilos is within shooting distance
Yeah.
when you're opening with 181. This is where, 2.5 kilos is not that big of a jump once you
Right.
start to get into these weights. So she's looking at maybe, depending on how this moves, a 5 to 7.5 kilo jump from here to
Right,
second.
She made the squat by the skin of her teeth.
She
She
really
missed
did.
the first 2. The third one was a 2-to-1.
Yeah, she really did.
I was right behind her on the platform,
Yeah.
screaming for the crowd to get behind her.
She really did a good job of just when it counts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh,
Yeah.
baby.
Okay. Okay.
Well, she got
Let's
no problems
see.
there, does she?
No. Let's see at least 5 kilos for the next one for sure. Back to the top of the order with Elizabeth, going for 50 kilos for her second attempt. A little bit under her personal best of 52.5. But within striking distance for the third.
Right. She hails from McKendree University out there in Illinois.
Nice, solid press. The judges agree as well.
Catherine, Hortonville High School. That is in Wisconsin.
Matching her PR on her second attempt. I see a lot of that today. A lot of PRs matched on the second attempt.
Right.
I hope these kids are happy because the gains don't come that fast the longer you're doing this.
Right.
Wow. Wow.
She had a long range of motion. She's got long arms, huh?
She did, and that, I mean, it didn't seem to have phased her at all.
No, not at all. CJ. CJ hails from Boston Latin, Massachusetts. She's opening up with 127 pounds, 57.5 kilos for this 60-kilo lifter. And that was a 2.5 kilo PR for her.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That moved really well for
Yeah.
a PR. Same weight for Breland.
Breland's quote is, "Look good, lift good." Well, Breland, you're looking good up there.
That's right.
Let's see if you can do part B, which is lifting good. This is a 2.5 kilo PR for her also.
Nice and controlled on the way down. Nice.
That ought to be 3 whites. Oh, yes.
Definitely harder than her opener,
Yeah.
but good enough.
Yeah, it's
Good
a
enough.
PR.
And we'll see where she goes for a third.
All right, Emily looking to tie. We got Emily Polcaro looking to tie her PR at 62.5 kilos. She's a 65-kilo lifter from Boston Latin. A lot of Boston Latin lifters here, no surprise. They are located in Boston.
And they placed in the top 3 at high school nationals.
That's right, they did. I forgot about that.
We also, you know, because the benefit of them placing in the top 3 is as part of our qualifying requirements, they could send 12 athletes for the men and 12 athletes for the women.
Right.
As long as the men's team and the women's team place in the top 3. So we would expect to see, because we're so close to where they live,
Right.
all 12 of those people on the roster today.
Right.
It's a good lift for her.
All right, here comes Caitlin Koch, Hortonville, Wisconsin. Her bar's loaded. Her quote is, "Always be the hardest worker in the room." You can't go wrong with that quote.
You cannot.
And she's got 62.5 kilos, 2.5 kilos below her PR. Looks like she may tie her PR with her final attempt, or go up. You never know.
I'm always that person who's gonna say go up.
Yeah.
Go up.
Yeah.
We are scoring for team points after all here, so
Right.
a little shaky on the way down. And unfortunately, you know, it just wasn't quite there on the day.
Right.
But she can retake that
Yep.
for her
She
third
got-
attempt. She has one more attempt left.
Got one more shot. All right, the bar is ready for Molly Harris.
Same weight for her.
Are you?
Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Gina?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying that. That looks like a typo.
Her best bench PR, 47.5 kilos.
And she's got 62.5 kilos?
Interesting.
So either she's trying to psych out some people or it's a typo. Or maybe I'm going to ask her, is your PR 47 and you're now benching 62?
Right?
Wow, I can't figure that one out. It's a 15-kilo PR.
For her second.
Yeah.
And it moves like that? Pretty good? Pretty good?
Yeah, she got it. It looks like she got it.
So that's typically where the brakes do come on for equipped lifters anyway, right?
Yeah.
When the power transfer from the shirt kind of runs out and your
Right.
triceps have to take the rest of the load.
Right.
So that's not a surprising place for her to have a sticking point. It moved pretty well, all things considered. For a 15-kilo PR, insanity.
On the bench?
On the bench. Insane. Up next, we've got Molly. Oh, sorry, Molly just lifted. Up next, we have Sarah from Austria, going for 75 kilos.
Molly. I'm sorry, Sarah. 165 on the bar.
2.5 kilos shy of her best, but 75 kilos no less.
15 kilos above her own body weight.
Yeah, 60-kilo lifter, right?
I've been lifting for 3 years and I'm still chasing a body weight bench, so you know what? This is impressive to me. Very well executed by Sarah.
Nice lockout.
The judges agree.
She's got more in the tank.
She really does, yeah. At least 2.5 kilos, but I hope she goes for 5.
Yeah.
Kate coming up, 77.5 to match her personal best on her second attempt.
We are what we repeatedly do. Excellent, therefore, not
1.3 times her body weight, not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all. Wearing the blue and navy OG SBD kit.
Right. She is consistent. I got to give her that.
Yep. And a good lift from the judges. 3 white lights. This is a good turnaround, I think, in morale from the squat event. I think there was a lot of.
I don't know. Was it nerves or what?
I don't know. I don't know what it was. There was just, a lot of infractions this morning, but so far, not to jinx anyone, so far, so good. 80 kilos on the bar for Brienne. A 7.5 kilo PR attempt on her second.
Wow. 1.3 times her body weight.
Yep, and her first moved really well, so. Lots of control. Spring loading the suit. Nice.
Again, textbook, huh?
It really was. Technically excellent on that second attempt.
Yeah, it was textbook.
Bars going up 7.5 kilos to 87.5, which is about 193 pounds. Insane.
Looks like she's either going to tie her PR on her final attempt or maybe go above the 90. But
Yeah, so she's lifting as a guest lifter. It's not showing her weight class on here.
that
Maybe
usually means
I
they didn't make weight.
Yeah, either
sometimes.
she didn't make weight, or maybe if you're an individual lifter, like if you're not coming as a team.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, because this is student and university world. So, interested to see.
What weight? What does she weigh?
She weighed in at 62.4.
Okay.
So it seems kind of far off to like miss weight, but maybe.
1.4 times her body weight. 192.9
Really
pounds.
needing to get the start command soon.
Yeah.
2 seconds on the clock. It couldn't have been any
Yeah.
closer. But a good press nonetheless.
Oh, she may have a PR in her with her final.
I think so. And we're starting our third attempt benches for Flight B. The last opportunity these Flight B lifters will have to put up the biggest bench that they can today.
Right.
We should expect some grinds
Yeah,
for
looking
sure.
that way, yeah. Elizabeth Collins, 52.5 kilos. That will tie her PR. She hails from McKendree. I had the pleasure of announcing the Midwest Collegiate Championships. McKendree was a big part of that.
And that looks like a good lift for her. We'll see what the refs have to say.
3 whites.
Northeastern Powerlifting, an absolute pit crew up here on the platform today.
Yeah, for sure.
They'll be helping out all weekend,
For sure.
and they really help make sure that these meets run as fast as they possibly can. These guys are pros, especially considering the fact that, you know, they are just here volunteering.
Yeah,
They're just pros.
yeah. I feel like giving them the NUPL shout out, but I'll keep my mouth shut. I'm on the live stream now.
No howling on the live stream.
A little
here.
different job.
That's right. Catherine, 57.5 kilos. A little bit of a blip on the way down, but doesn't seem to really have affected her much.
Yeah.
It's a good lift.
I always wonder when I see a lift like that, when the one arm goes up and then the other arm lags behind, I'm always wondering is that their dominant arm? Like if somebody's left arm goes up, are they a lefty?
Yeah.
They have more strength in their left arm, and then they got to struggle to lock out with that right arm.
You know, for me, I don't set up on the bench evenly.
Oh, really?
Like my left shoulder is almost completely off the bench.
Wow.
When I press. So sometimes I have the opposite effect where like
Right.
the left arm presses more because there's like, I don't know, more leeway. Unfortunately, CJ wasn't quite able to press 60 kilos there. But I do wonder that too.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, not everybody's setting up like I'm setting up. So
Right.
like,
Right.
what's the deal here? Those lifts are some of the most fun lifts to watch.
Yeah,
When you're like, are they going to get it? Are they going to get it?
I got some advice way back when from Jennifer Thompson's husband, Donovan Thompson, who's an excellent bencher in his own right. We know Jennifer's the best of the best. But he told me, you know, you're a lefty. He said, you're struggling with the right. He said, bring the right in a little, keep the left there on the ring, and then bring the right in a little. And it worked like magic.
I have seen Jen post about that on her
Have you?
Instagram page.
Well,
Yeah,
then maybe
because she
you got
has a
it from
similar
her.
problem. Yeah. A bit of a scrap there, but unfortunately not able to make it today. But that is an interesting theory, you know, like how can you advantage that side that's
Right.
a little bit disadvantaged?
All
Bars
right.
loaded for Breland.
She hails from Shreveport, Louisiana.
Lifting for 9 for 9 Academy here. 62.5 kilos on the bar, which is well above her personal best at this point.
Wow.
Gets the start command. Nice. See, and I think
Yeah.
that looked just like her second attempt
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, what are they,
Oh
yellows
no,
or blues? I can't
blues,
see.
blues. So they saw a little bit of up and down on the side, from the
Yeah.
side. We couldn't see it obviously from our angle, but unfortunately,
Two referees did see.
yep.
Oh, there we. Oh, thank you. All right, Emily, Boston Latin High School, Boston, Massachusetts. This is going to be a wicked cool bench. They do say that a lot up here, wicked, don't they?
Then we do. That's a very Boston thing, very New England Boston thing.
Look at this setup. She's got her legs weight. She's digging in those shoulder blades, getting the best arch she possibly can. 143 pounds, benching her body weight.
Wow.
2.5 kilo PR
Wow.
if she gets it.
That was awesome.
3 white lights, the lift is good.
I wasn't sure how that was gonna go.
Yeah,
That went really well.
Yeah, it did.
Here we go with Molly, 65 kilos. She went up 2.5 from her previous attempt here.
Well, if you believe her bio, this is a 17 and a half kilo PR for her,
That can't be right. It's such a big PR.
which is 45 pounds
That's
for
insane.
a 65 kilo
That's
lifter.
just one of those blue plates that's on that bar. That's how much weight it is.
Right.
It's one of those plates.
Right.
Make sure her elbows are extra locked out. Oh, can she fight through? Unfortunately, not today. But she did leave with a massive 15 kilo PR for her
Yeah.
second attempt.
What was her opener?
Her opener was 55.
Okay. So even that was.
I mean, she went up 7.5 keys from the opener to the second. And yeah.
All right, here comes Sarah from Austria, the home of Arnold Schwarzenegger. The bar is loaded.
Going for 77.5 kilos, which is a 2.5 kilo jump from her second.
Last time I was in Austria for a competition, I got to visit Arnold's house where he grew up, out on a farm. They've turned his house into a museum.
Oh, that's cool.
No surprise.
That's cool.
It's very quaint. He came from humble beginnings.
We like that. That's very cool, though. That's so insane. Lots of control on the way down. Yields a positive result on the way up.
You got that right. Austria is in the house.
Let's go. You know, I'm just thinking like, this is where Arnold Schwarzenegger had peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and you're like, it's a museum now. That's insane. Bar going up to 80 kilos. Crowd's getting loud for Kate. No surprises there.
Yeah, she's a big part of this Boston Latin team. 1.3 times her body weight, 176.4 pounds.
2.5 kilos above her personal best.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that looks so good. Can she get it? Oh, not quite.
All right.
On the way down looked very good,
Yeah, it
though.
did.
So I think just, with a couple blocks of off season,
Yeah.
that'll be there in no time. Brienne with 85 kilos on the bar. She opened above her PR, so we're, this is all gravy at this point for her, I think.
.4 times her body weight. 9 for 9 Academy, Shreveport, Louisiana. 187.4 pounds. Here she goes.
Good recovery on that.
I saw no downward movement there.
It's okay. I didn't see any downward movement either. I think maybe what they might have seen, when it was on her chest, it looked like it sank a little bit. So depending on the timing of the press command, that's like a very uncommon thing to see these days. But, when you're in the gym with a bunch of bro lifters and you see them kind of like sink it and heave it, if the timing of that is wrong in relation to the press command, you can get that blue light for downward motion.
Yeah, I don't see heave that often, but I do see it occasionally every week.
Yep.
Somebody, one or two people will get caught heaving.
Yep. Isabel, the last lifter of Flight B here, looking to chip her PR by 2.5 kilos, the smallest jump you can make without setting a world record. Okay, she definitely had more on the day for sure.
And that was 1.5 times her body weight.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy. Over 200 pounds as well. The only lifter so far to do over 200 pounds. So that was a good lift by Jace, 45 kilos. Up next, we have London taking 57.5 kilos for her first attempt to bench press. And bars loaded for her. She's explaining to that liftoff person exactly how she'd like her liftoff there, which is a very important thing to do.
Very important. Very important. Not enough people do that, in my opinion.
That's right, especially if you're relying on someone else to set up your lift for success. You want to make sure that they set it up for success. Yeah. Too many times I see lifters not explain it well, and then they get a handoff that's not to their liking, and and it messes up their whole lift.
And the big trade-off is, if they don't ask for a lift off, some of them say they're not asking for it because they want to lift it off themselves, because then they're putting it exactly where they want it, but then they're expending that energy to lift it off.
That's so right.
It's a catch-22.
That's so right. And, you know, that's one thing that I've been noticing on my bench. I'm a very technical, has to be right every time, like that's the arch and all the things.
Right.
I set up so close to the uprights when I'm unwrapped.
Oh, do you really?
That I probably should be asking for a lift off, so I can set up a little further away and not have to expend all that energy to get the bar where it needs to go. Because I clip those J hooks off like every other rep in training. It's insane. But I'm still too stubborn to get a lift off. So
I got you.
Here comes Aiden, 67.5 kilos, making light work of that for sure. In my opinion, one of the downsides to getting a lift off, other than having to explain it and it's a variable, you'll see the folks who get a lift off, they get the lift off and then they're stuck there holding the bar for a pretty long time while that spotter's walking out of the way.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, and so if that center spotter is not like sprinting away, you're ended up holding the bar for maybe a little longer than you want to be.
And at a high level competition, a good handoff, man, can make or break you in a competition.
That's so right.
You see some of the local people, they pull it off and they just dump
Drop
it on the person.
They just dump it. Yep.
You know, there was a guy by the name of Eric Curry that used to hand off at the Arnolds. Lift is good for Ezekiel. And he had such a smooth, gradual
release
handoff, and it was like poetry in motion.
Oh,
and his hands
that.
would go back like this, nice and slow.
We love those kinds of handoffs. Yeah. We don't like the getting the bar dumped on you handoff.
Right.
Cade coming up, same weight, 70 kilos on the bar.
Cade only weighs 52 kilos. What's that, about
it's like nothing.
114 pounds.
It's like nothing. Getting a lot out of the shirt there, making the weight look very easy. Quinton coming up next, taking 80 kilos. The infamous red plate on the platform here.
Yep. There are certain benchmarks, no pun intended, that people love. Getting the two reds up there is nice.
Yep.
And in the heavier weight classes, they love 227.5 kilos.
Yep.
They love getting that number.
Yeah, because it's just...
Takes them right over 500
That's
pounds.
right. With those milestones.
Yeah.
Quinton's quote is, "Shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you'll land among the stars."
Oh, I love that.
From Norman Vincent Peale. You know, and that's my strategy for powerlifting, right? I'm just gonna send it.
Right.
and even if I miss it, I still probably gotta win somewhere. I still learn something somewhere, right?
Right. Victoria has always got a smile on her face.
That's right. I was saying in the first session, I'm like, she must have done like cheerleading or gymnastics or dance or something.
Yeah.
Like when you're in this kind of situation, this high pressure, lot of toll on you, you have to have practiced having that smile on, and it just never leaves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And those sports are well known for that.
Yeah, you're right. That might have been her background.
Yeah, when I was a cheerleader, they were like, as soon as you step on the platform, smiles only. You're yelling, you're talking through smiles, like you're lifting people in the air through smiles, like. And Victoria not lifting a person, but might as well be with 176 pounds on the bar for her first bench.
Well below her PR of 92 and a half.
Definitely a very solid sink into the chest.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that progresses for her second and third attempt.
Right.
But made that look easy anyway.
All right, Cody, 181.9 pounds, Troy Athens High School, his opener.
It's a pretty significant amount, 22 and a half keys above his own body weight, which is over 45 pounds above his body weight.
All right, 1.4 times his body weight as his opener.
As his opener.
That's impressive.
Only 5 kilos off from his personal best.
Right.
So all things going well. Looks like he's going to be set up for a good bench session today.
Troy, Michigan. I've been there many times.
How have you?
In my prior life, I used to be in sales, and I used to go up to Troy, Michigan, where Kmart headquarters is located.
Oh, no way.
And call on Kmart. Spent a lot of time in Troy. That lift was good, 2-1, right?
Yeah. Yep. They had one yellow light from the center referee, so maybe there was a command missed or something like that. But otherwise, 2-1. So. Evan.
Now, this is 1.5 times his body weight.
Yeah, that math's easy.
Yeah, that was easy, that one.
Almost 200, as close as you can get to 200 pounds without going over. 90 kilos on the bar.
That's a typo.
Oh,
right?
That's got to be a typo. His bench PR can't be 52.2.
It's got to be 52 and a half.
Unless that's his raw PR, but a little bit of that sticking point as and they saw a downward motion during that sticking point as well. So hopefully he's able to retake that on his second.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just a bit of a misgroove in the shirt.
All right, here comes Austin. Austin's got more than 1.5 times his body weight on the bar.
That's crazy.
As an opener.
It's a casual 200 pounds. As a high schooler.
Right.
A 60-kilo high schooler. This is insane. And he's competing raw.
Wow. All right, let's see if
With
Austin...
a close grip. Look at how...
Yeah, I see that. Wow, look at how far in from the rings he is.
Yeah, so that's a prime example of a heave bench. Or a sink technique, rather.
Right.
Because he's not really heaving it, but he is sinking it quite deep. And then just building the elasticity of the pecs, stretching them like a rubber band so you can get that snap off the chest.
Good point.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't heave any further once he gets, sink any further once he gets that press command.
That's right, exactly.
Then he'll get called for a heave. All right, here comes Chase. 110 pounds. And it says that Chase's PR on the bench is 20.5 kilos, which I find...
I'm thinking that's missing a 1.
Which I find hard to believe.
Like 120.5 pounds, maybe.
If that's true, he's
killing it.
He's got a 30-kilo PR.
He's killing it. 3 white lights with a second attempt.
Yeah, I think he can do more than 20.5.
I think so, too. London coming in with 62.5 kilos, her best bench being 50. So, she's either had a really good off season or she only has a few meets under her belt, right? And she's just really stacking on the PRs here.
Right.
Bars loaded for her. Competing equipped as well. Is she going to finish?
Didn't quite get the elbow lock out.
Ran out of a gas just a little bit. Hopefully she's able to turn that around.
She hit her opener, though, right?
She did hit her opener.
Okay.
Unfortunately, she's still not able to post a total. She did have those 3 squats that she missed.
Right.
And I'm wondering if maybe just the amount of effort that she had to expend on those squats have taken a little bit of a toll.
Sure. Aiden, Boston Latin High School. 72 and a half kilos, just 2.5 kilos below his PR. He's a 52 kilo lifter. That's a lot of weight for a guy that weighs 114 pounds.
No kidding. Pretty narrow grip too, all things considered.
Yeah.
That's actually where my comp grip started.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
1.4 times his body weight.
That was
good. Raw. That was raw,
that
right?
That was raw, yeah. Unsure how much he has in the tank. I think I'd probably only make a 2.5 kilo jump, unless they're confident that he like misgrouped that or something, because it was a bit of a fight. But
you know, but mass moves mass, and 114 pounds is not a lot of mass.
Not a lot of mass.
So he did quite well with that.
He really did. 75 kilos on the bar for Ezekiel for his second attempt.
All right, come on, show us the book of Ezekiel. 75 kilos.
Very close grip. Oh.
All right, not quite.
Yeah, and with those close grip bench presses, that's like from like mid-range to end is where you're going to see those folks fail, because their triceps have to do so much work.
Right.
77.5 for Cade. Another 52 kilo lifter. He's competing equipped.
Oh, okay. He's got a bench shirt on.
So we should see this move differently than
right.
you know, a close grip raw.
This is 1.5 times his body weight exactly, and but he does have a bench shirt on nonetheless. It'll be impressive. Looks like he nailed that one.
Yep, looked good to me. And that's a great example where you see his head kind of came up off the bench a little bit.
Yeah.
That's not something that we have to worry about here. It used to be a rule back in like 2018, 2019,
right.
But they got rid of that because, you know what? Does it really make a difference?
It doesn't.
Like keeping your head on the bench, does it make a difference? I don't think so.
Doesn't help you out at all.
I don't think keeping your head off the bench helps you. Like
pushing off your toes helps you.
Sure.
Which is why we say feet have to be flat, but
sure.
That head raising doesn't give you anything.
Doesn't give you anything. If anything, you're like losing tightness in your upper body a little bit. It does benefit those, you know, like bigger like heavyweight males who are
right.
just have a lot more mass in their upper body, but
their head, the big super heavyweights, they have such big backs that they actually have to push their head back down to get
exactly.
to get it flat.
Yep. So that was a good lift for Quentin, and Victoria's coming up to take 85 kilos.
Blue Mountain Christian University out of Louisiana.
Man, I'm sure they're not thrilled with the weather here.
No, that's for sure.
Cold.
For sure. Yeah, I couldn't believe it this morning coming out here.
The rain, the fog.
Oh, horrible.
The spray.
It was horrible flying in that fog yesterday.
I bet.
But we're rocking now.
That's right. That moved pretty dang good.
Well, it's 7.5 kilos below her PR. I would hope that it would.
And it didn't look much harder than her opening attempt.
No. Cody, Troy Athens High School. That'd be in Michigan. 85 kilos for this 60 kilo lifter.
Just 2.5 kilos, or about 6 pounds below his all-time best.
Right.
Making sure he really sets up right so that he can get his arch.
Oh, that moved pretty fast.
That did move fast.
1.4 times his body weight raw.
Yeah, he's excited. He's happy.
And I think he's got more in the tank.
I think so too.
All right, here comes another equipped lifter.
Evan Curry to take 90 kilos.
Did you lift equipped? Are you in it?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't. My weight fluctuates so much.
Right.
I don't think I could afford to be an equipped lifter. Just the
Gotcha.
number of suits I would need to have.
All right.
Maybe I could do bench. That could be an interesting experiment, but
Right.
we're not there yet.
Right. All right, 1.5 times his body weight for an equipped bencher here. 9 for 9 Academy in Louisiana.
Come on, Evan. That's an insanely high arch for somebody in a bench shirt. That's insane.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I'd love to know what his PR is, because it's definitely not what we have in our data here, which
Hold
is
on, I can look.
52.2. It's not even a legitimate powerlifting. There's no such number as 52.2. Guy's going to do 90, and he says his best PR is 52.2.
I wonder if it was like supposed to be 152.2 pounds.
Yeah. Or,
He's entered it wrong. So I'm going to openpowerlifting.org here. I'm looking up Evan Curry.
That's the best
yeah,
place to
that's
look.
right.
Austin, I'll talk while you're looking. Austin from South River High School, Edgewater, Maryland, he's from. He's got 100 kilos. Oh, my goodness. The guy just blew up 100 kilos. Austin powered that up. Wow.
Okay, so according to Open Powerlifting, you're not going to believe this.
What?
His best single ply bench is 40 kilos. His best raw bench, I know, it's 88 pounds. His best raw bench is 137.5 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But also according to Open Powerlifting, he's young.
Yeah.
He's young. He's like T2.
Yeah.
So he's got plenty of time to grow into the. Started lifting when he was in the youth division.
Oh, wow. Chase is struggling.
Oh, wow.
I think he got it.
That's what we want to see for a third.
Yeah. All right, 2-1.
We'd love to see that. That's what it's all about.
London McAdams, this young lady, is from Blue Mountain Christian University. That's in Louisiana. She's got her final attempt is 62.5 kilos, which if you believe these numbers, is a 12.5 kilo PR.
That's right.
That's tremendous.
It was a little tougher on her second, but, given that she's in equipment, maybe she just misgrouped it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty easy to do, especially on the bench press when you have all these other things to think about. You've also got this shirt on.
Right.
Oh,
hit that sticking point.
Yep.
No lift.
It looked way better to the sticking point,
Yeah,
but unfortunately she just didn't have enough gas to push through. Coming up next, Ezekiel. The bar will be going up to 75 kilos for Ezekiel. Looking to get...
2.5 kilo PR.
That's right.
He hails from Three Rivers, Michigan. That would be Three Rivers High School. That's Michigan, USA. I keep saying USA because we are here at an international competition.
That's right. This is, for you guys just tuning in, the Student and University World Championships.
We've got them from all over the globe.
Yeah, just because we're in Massachusetts, that does not mean we don't have international lifters here.
Correct. No lift for Ezekiel.
Same weight for Aiden, 165 pounds. The crowd is getting loud for Aiden. Aiden,
Yeah, they are.
of course, a Boston Latin powerlifting fan. They must have everyone who's not on the roster in the crowd right now screaming. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
They're getting excited for him.
And this is 1.5 times his body weight raw, no bench shirt.
Insane.
Boston Latin. That's a good ratio for a 52-kilo lifter.
Really solid technique. Oh, can he push through? Unfortunately, just not quite on the day.
So close.
And he did make the smallest jump he could possibly take. So he got everything he could out of the bench,
Right.
taking 72.5 kilos from his second attempt towards his total. 9 for 9 Academy team lifter Cade coming up to take 176 pounds. Did I hear a 12.5 kilo PR attempt? I think that's what I heard.
You are correct.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a long descent.
Over 1.5 times his body. His feet moved. His feet moved.
Yep.
Looked like his butt came up. He ran out of gas there.
Yep. Valiant effort, though.
Yeah, it was.
That's a long time. Just thinking about the amount of pressure that you're building up, like that whole
Right.
descent. Like I would pass out. I would straight up pass out.
Now, did Cody miss his last one, or is this?
Cody made his last
He made his
attempt.
last one,
He
okay.
went from 82.5 to 85, so only a 2.5 kilo jump. And now we took a 5 kilo jump.
That's a little unusual.
It is a little unusual, but maybe his opener didn't move as well as they expected, so
Right.
they went conservative, and that moved really well. I can be that kind of lifter sometimes.
Well, 1.5 times his body weight, raw bench.
Yeah. Unfortunately, just, suffered from a little bit of what we were talking about earlier,
Yeah.
which is like if you can't get it motionless on the chest really quick, you're going to have a real long press command.
Quentin.
Up 7.5 kilos. A bigger jump from his second to third than he did from his first to second. So things must be going really well for him.
Yeah.
His second attempt was his PR. So looking at 7.5 kilos to that.
Almost 1.7 times his body weight.
Yeesh.
And that's raw.
It's going to be at 2 times before you know it.
Yeah. He's getting close.
Unfortunately can't quite press through.
Not quite.
It was a big brave jump though, and I would have sent it
It
too.
was.
Exactly in his quote, shoot for the moons.
Yeah. You'll land in the stars,
That's
baby.
right. That's exactly what he did today. Same weight, same jump for Victoria.
This is a woman
Yeah.
benching over 200 pounds, and she's got a shirt on, but nonetheless, this is quite a strong bench. What does she weigh?
55.25 kilos today.
55.25.
So like 120-ish, 125, something like that.
Well, this is 1.7 times her body weight.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, look at her. Look at her jump.
The celebration's always so good.
Oh, wow. I can see her backstage here. She is happy.
Yeah. 2 white lights is all you need for that as well.
Right.
Last 2 lifters of our bench session this morning. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to listen to us just kind of talk about bench.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Of course. It's been a pleasure, Gino.
Likewise.
Austin looking to take 105 kilos, and Gino's about to tell me the math on.
1.8.
Oh, God.
I'm rounding up. 1.8.
He earns the roundup here.
Yeah.
1.8 times body weight, 231 pounds,
Raw
raw.
for a high schooler. Look at him. Look at him. Wow.
Yeesh. This kid's going places. If he sticks with this,
Oh!
oh
Probably, usually when you see the 2 yellows, it's usually butt.
no! Yep,
And that's probably what it was.
yep. Good for a moral victory, nonetheless.
Right.
He sticks with the sport. He'll be at 315 before he even knows
got
it.
that
You know what I
right.
mean? 105, same weight. I think my eyes do not deceive me. This is a 15 kilo jump
Yeah, you are correct.
from the previous attempt. So he must be trying to make up some lost ground from his missed first attempt at 90.
Right. 1.8 times his body weight. Wow.
15 kilos seems to be no problem for him.
All right, they better not give him a blue.
I know. Maybe that left-hand side saw some. Oh, no.
Did he get 3 blues?
He did.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, that's
Oh,
tough. That's
so
a tough way
close.
to end.
Yeah.
But that'll do it, folks, for the morning session benches. Thank you so much for joining Gino and I. And we'll be back in about 10 short minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the deadlift portion of today's program, session 1 of the IDFPA Student and University World Championships. I'm back, it's me, Liz, and I'm rejoined by Jerry.
Hey.
How was announcing that first session, or the bench session there?
It was pretty good. It was some really, really good benches were pushed today. Some big weights, some really good, like, technical pressing.
For sure,
Yeah.
Especially considering the age and like how long some of these lifters have been lifting. Some of them maybe they've been lifting since middle school, but you know, some of them maybe they've only been lifting for a year or two. So
Right.
yeah, very impressive.
Go
ahead.
Now we're in the grip it and rip it.
That's right. The best event, a lot of people think, even if you're not very good at deadlift, you're like, man, I'm 2/3 of the way done. I'm almost done. Here we go. The bar's loaded for Ina, 80 kilos for the BLS lifter. Getting ready to get started, waiting for all the platform referees to get settled here. So Jerry, let's talk a little bit about the deadlift. What are the commands?
Down. That's it.
Yeah, that's right. So you can start your deadlift whenever you're comfortable. And the only command is, as Ina's about to get, down.
Down. You
So
have to
go ahead.
keep your hands on the bar, control the weight down. You don't have to set it down gently, but there is no pushing it down. I have fallen at nationals, but it was a good lift because I kept my hands on the bar.
Oh my God.
And then I fell backwards, and it was the same platform as this. And as I was walking off, I tripped.
So you got the down command and then you fell?
Yeah, twice.
That's so funny.
You can hear Gino screaming. I'm like, down goes Frazier.
Oh, that's great.
Samantha, another nice deadlift.
Whoever our chief referee is, they're doing a good job being loud. I can hear them from over here in the commentator's booth. So that's good, especially because the energy, you know.
Yeah, usually deadlift, the energy comes up, the
Yeah.
noise comes out, because everyone knows it's just, if you can't even hear the command, it's just a hand that, motions down.
That's right. That's right. So for the deadlift, a lot less things to worry about compared to the bench or compared to the squat, right? They're gonna set up, they're gonna grip it and rip it, as we say.
Yep.
On the way up, Paris is a great example of it. On the way up, we want to make sure that it's smooth on the way up and that we're not supporting the bar at all, ramping, as they call it in the rule book, with our thighs. Mm-hmm. Make sure the bar goes up in one fluid motion, and then when you bring the bar down, make sure it stays with you in control and you're not spiking that bar down.
Yep.
Similar to the bench, similar to the squat, if your knees are not locked out at the end of the rep, then it's not good.
Right.
If you move your feet around, then it's no good. But just like a lot fewer infractions you have to worry about for the deadlift. And I'm sure we'll see a few of them
Yep.
because that happens at every meet. And we'll explain those to you as they come through here.
Yeah, mine was just a balance issue. I was falling backwards as I
Sure.
got the down command.
Were you pulling sumo?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty common with sumo because your feet are generally turned outward,
Yeah.
which just gives you less of a base of support, right? So easy to lose your balance frontward to backward.
Good lift by Cherish.
That's right. And what's the sumo business, Jerry? Can you describe that for me?
Well, there's two styles of deadlifting. There's hands on the outside of the legs, and that is conventional. Then you have the hands on the inside of the legs, and that's called cheating.
That's right. That's called cheating. As you can see here, Fabian is setting up for a sumo deadlift.
Yeah.
107.5 kilos on the bar. That's no chump change. That's a big deadlift for somebody who only weighs 56 kilos. And as you can see, she had a little bit of a wobble there at the top.
One judge called it.
One judge called it. So a red light in the deadlift, that means that you weren't locked out properly. And that's, that wobble said she wasn't locked out properly. So that's pretty common when the weight is really light. Like, it just sometimes catches people by surprise, and then they just pick it up so fast that at the top they're like, whoa.
Yeah.
So I think as the weight goes up, she'll be fine.
I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, as an equipped lifter.
Well, no, all my lifts are slow.
Oh, that's true, yeah. And so this is a great example of conventional, a great example of a very stiff leg conventional. Mm-hmm. And as we were talking about Gino and myself in the bench session, you're going to see a lot of different looks. to these deadlifts, and it's all based on like how can a person be strongest in whichever position they feel strongest.
Yeah, it really depends on how long your femurs are.
Sure.
How long your arms are. I mean, we know some people that when they sumo deadlift at walkout, their hands are just above their knees.
Yeah.
And then you got people like me, my hands are just above my belt.
That's right. Yeah. So definitely, depending on what your leverages are, will very clearly help you understand like what stance you favor, and in one given stance, there's multiple different variables that you can change to like make it easier for you to lift the most that you possibly can. Right. The goal would be moving the bar the least distances possible with the most weight on it.
Yep.
Here comes Emanuela with 122.5 kilos on the bar. I said it in the squat. I said it in the bench. This girl's got long arms and she's gonna be a good deadlifter. And opening up with 122.5, yeah, she's a good deadlifter.
Oh, wow.
And exactly
See?
how Jerry said, her hands right at the knee level.
Yep. She's got that snappy, like type 2 muscle fiber, blah, 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 blah. It's just fast. I can't do that. Not even with 135, I couldn't go that fast. There's no way.
You're like, all those fast twitch muscles have exited my body.
I don't have those.
Yeah, it takes a certain kind of lifter, and it takes a certain type of training sometimes too to like make those muscles like work like that. 275 pounds on the bar for Lara, taking a much narrower sumo stance than the previous competitor.
Almost a frog.
Yeah. I would argue, based on where her hands are at, that that's still a frog stance for sure. Yeah. She definitely has like one of those wider grips.
Sumo raw is my worst lift, so I'm still working my feet in and out, seeing what works well.
Sure.
But when I'm in equipment, that's what I do. I do sumo.
Yeah.
But because of the equipment, the aches and pains a 50-year-old man has, they go away.
True.
So-
You got that extra layer of support all around.
Yeah, the hips and the glutes. Yeah, without it, I could barely deadlift, 405.
I can't deadlift 405, and I don't lift.
Get me in my suit, I'm close to 600.
Damn, Jerry. So another lifter where you can see just the lockout of the bar, the hands are so close to the knees. I'm sometimes so jealous of those people, but again, I do like having a big bench. So
Yeah, and that's the thing. Usually people with longer arms suffer more on bench.
yeah,
Everybody's body is a little bit different.
that's right.
Some people have great benches and, good everything else. I have a great squat and okay everything else. So this is what, pull 2?
Yep, we are already back to the top of the order.
It's quick.
It is quick. Deadlifts are going to move real fast. Everybody's excited. Ina making sure she gets that lockout solid. 3 white lights for her on that one.
That's good. That was the speed that I pull at right there.
Yeah.
It's just plain Jane, but just get it done.
Yeah, I mean, nobody said you had to go fast.
Right.
You just had to pull it.
That's what I say when I'm on the mic. I go, it doesn't have to be fast, it just has to be good.
That's right. Just has to be a good lift. Samantha taking the same weight for her second attempt. Almost 2 times body weight for her second attempt, by the way. 48 kilo lifter from Wisconsin, USA. Looks like a little bit of work, but still made it move pretty quick.
Yeah, look good.
Yeah. And Paris coming up to take 209 pounds.
So, in her bio, she has that quote.
That's right, yeah. Don't date boys, they are stupid. She's got the textbook sumo setup here. Hips really close to the bar, snappy lockout. Good lift for her.
Lights.
Lots of BLS fans going crazy in the crowd here for her. Coming up next, we have Cherish from Illinois with 107.5 kilos on the bar.
237 pounds for Cherish.
Over double body weight.
Yeah, Cherish is a smaller lifter, but she lifts big.
Yeah, no kidding.
For her size, she is very strong.
No kidding. A little harder there at lockout. Definitely some weight still left in the tank, so we'll see what she goes for her third attempt. Crazy to think we're already getting close to third attempts here.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, it's really dictated by your spotters and loaders.
That's right. We are a 3-flight meet, and it's only 12:15. This is insanely quick, and it's all thanks to Northeastern Powerlifting up there, making sure the platform runs quickly and safely.
Yeah, they run their crew like a NASCAR.
That's right, a NASCAR pit crew.
Yeah.
A little bit too much weight for Fabiana there off the floor, and that's a really common place for you to see sumo pullers fail.
Yeah.
Just the way that the way that your body is being taxed at that bottom position, it's really sticky off the floor, and then as you stand up, it should accelerate in speed.
Yeah. It's all about that patience.
Yep, that's so true. Whereas conventional, which is what you see Denver pulling here, it's typically harder at lockout because you are really just trying to get those hips through, and that's
good.
where you're least advantaged.
Yeah. For me, it's about two inches above and 2 inches below my knees. That's my sticking point.
That's my sticking point too. And I'm like, I must just be bad at deadlifting if my sticking point's in the middle.
Yeah.
You were there for regionals last year where I failed at the knees. Never again. Never again.
But you have a textbook beautiful sumo pull.
I do. I just need to work on that lockout.
You know, everyone always compliments me, pat on my back, whatever. You know, good technique. I said, now I just need to get strong.
That's literally it. Now I just need to get strong. Oh, a little bobbly, I think, at the top there.
Okay.
I don't think her hips were quite all the way through.
Yeah, I think she may have been on her toes at the end of that.
Yeah.
That's happened to me too.
It happened to me last week during my deadlift session. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It happens to all of us. Tough to happen on the platform, but 2 to 1 is all you need there. So
Yeah.
Emanuela with 130 keys on the bar.
She uses a quote from Oscar Wilde: "Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken." That's true.
If I had that kind of mentality when I was in high school, I would be just as unstoppable as Emanuela is. Wow. That was insane.
That was beautiful.
Oh, and she's excited about that. That must have been a big PR for her.
Was that a 7.5 kilo?
That was a 2.5 kilo PR for her. Her best being 127.5 on a second though.
On a second, right?
And easy. So we'll see. I think she's got 300 for the third. Third. Lara taking a 10 kilo jump up to 135.
I would like to apologize to this person in here. I said Laura during the bench. Then I looked up and I went, oh.
Oh, there's no you in there.
Yeah. But good.
Looked like a good lift for her. Oh no. Another one of those situations.
Soft knee, maybe.
Potentially a soft knee or shoulder from the front. And then from the side, that's a yellow card. So kind of hard, as again, that miscellaneous category. Maybe her foot moved, or maybe she missed the command. The side referee thought she missed the command, or maybe the side referee thought she'd put the bar down without control, possibly. But that would be a good case where she should go to the jury and ask.
Yeah.
And maybe try to protest one of those.
You got it, Z. Let's go, Z.
Zariah with 145 on the bar. We're already well over 300, folks.
Yeah, this
on
is
second attempts.
a PR match. So let's see how quick. And we'll guess her third.
She's got her sunglasses on.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, this is a stage like any other with the bright lights. Oh, a little harder on lockout than I think maybe she wanted it to be. But still a good lift.
Yeah.
She had that blue from the front, so they saw a little bit of up and down at that sticking point.
Oh, looks like we got
which is kind of hard to fix.
Oh, they're overruling
okay,
it.
so the previously failed deadlift that had the red and the yellow
Yep.
was overruled.
Okay.
Trying to remember which lifter that was. That was Laura Jones.
Yep.
So that deadlift sounds like it was overruled. I'm not seeing it in lifting cast yet, but that's okay.
It's our first third deadlift. Look good.
Too easy. Too easy. Good
3
job,
white
Ina.
lines.
Going up to 92.5 for Samantha for a 2.5 kilo PR. Oh, she doesn't even have any baby powder on.
I don't rock baby powder either.
Really?
Yep.
Couldn't be me. My thighs are way too thick. I need all the help I can get. Especially with my arms, like they drag up the side of my legs.
I wish they'd allow your socks to go over your knees, because right in the inside of my knees, that's right.
Oh, it's the bar clips?
I drag the bar.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good.
And
Let's see what the judges have to say on that lift.
Samantha
Oh,
is
yay!
good. 3 white lights.
That's awesome. So good for a 2.5 PR for her, 2.5 kilo PR for her.
Next up, we have Paris going up also for a 2.5 kilo PR. 100 kilo, 220. At Boston Latin School.
Oh, sticky there at
Yeah.
lockout. We'll see what the judges say. Oh,
Okay,
nice. Very nice. And that's why I'm not out there with you guys. I wait for what the judges see.
Yeah. Yeah, there's times where it just, all of a sudden you hit some mud and it
Yep.
slows down.
That's so
fast.
right. Mud's the perfect description for when the brakes come on.
We got Cherish from McKendree University. Also a 2.5 kilo PR attempt.
Lots of people stacking their chips, getting their PRs. We love to see it. This is a big pull for Cherish.
Yep.
Oh,
Come on, come on, come on.
oh.
Knees, 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 knees. Oh, that's so tough.
It's so
That's
hard
so
to lock
tough.
it out in this position.
letting
Can
go,
Cherish do it? Oh, will they give it to her?
Yeah, give her a hitch maybe.
Yeah, unfortunately. No good for that supporting or the ramping, where that bar was kind of sitting there on the thighs.
Yeah, it may be a little hitchy.
Yeah.
From back and forth.
Yeah.
But I mean, heck of a fight. It was awesome.
Yeah, that was a good fight. Very good fight. That position's so impossible to recover from. Once you're in it, it's like, it's your low back doing all the work at that point.
You know what to do, it's just your body's not doing it.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Here comes Fabiana retaking her second attempt that she missed, so it must have just been a technical issue there.
Yeah, that's good.
Made it look really good.
Yeah.
One red from the side referee for lockout, but two's all you need.
That was double body weight.
That was a great example of, like, sometimes with sumo, because it's so technical, like, it could just be stuck to the floor one attempt and then you retake it and it just goes, right? You just tweak one thing and suddenly you're back in the game.
All right, Denver's coming up. What do we have? Looks like a PR match.
Over double body weight.
275.5 pounds.
For the stiff leg conventional.
All right.
So you see there, she had a little bit of, like, settling. Oh, it's so, yeah, they saw that settling as she was locking out. The bar kind of went down. That's the bar going down on settling in the rule book. That's okay, but she did support the bar on her thighs a little bit on the way up as well, and unfortunately, that's what they called her for. Both of those are both blue cards, so if she didn't know which one she did wrong, she would go to the jury table and ask.
292 pounds.
Oh, we had said possibly 300. So this is 7.5 kilo PR.
Yeah, we'll see how this moves. Oh, darn, just stuck to the floor there.
Somebody put magnets under the mat.
I know. They put all their chewed up bubble gum and they stuck it under the plates.
Manuela.
135 kilos for Emanuela.
So just under 298.
Yep. Bars loaded for her. Let's see her come get this. No doubt in my mind. Yeah.
Nice.
303 was there.
I think that looked better than her second.
I think so too. Yeah, 303 was there on the day,
Yeah.
but she left at 297, which is still very, very respectful. A good PR for her as well. Up next, Lara taking her last deadlift of the day.
So it's about, what, 2 3/4 body weight?
Yep, that's a lot. It's a lot of weight. In the Vans, the classic. A little uneven. There's nothing wrong with uneven as long as she doesn't support it on the thighs. So we'll see what the ref saw.
All right, what do we get? 3 white lights.
And it
all
was
right.
good, yeah. Good job by her.
Wow, that was a 18.5 kilo
Jeez.
PR for the day for her.
Jeez. That must feel good. Bars loaded for Zariah, 150 kilos on the bar, 331 pounds. Last deadlifter for Flight A. After this, we'll move on to Flight B.
So 156, 6 kilos short of 3 times body weight.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Someday.
So
Someday.
her second one, slight struggle,
Yeah.
but I think a little fire
Yeah.
probably happened when she did that. She's like, all right, I'm not going to let that happen.
Exactly. Sometimes just having a little bit of the struggle in the second gives you that adrenaline that you need to get the third. Let's see if that's the case here. Let's see if she can. No, unfortunately not. It was a little bit too much right off the floor, and her hips just went back, and it was kind of over from there. But it was a valiant effort nonetheless. Onward we move to Flight B. Our first deadlifter in Flight B will be Breland.
So equipped. Let's see what they do.
Yeah.
'Cause I believe in equipped. Sumo is better. You get more suit than you will out of conventional. Like a lot of people will get probably 25 to 40 pounds out of conventional. I get
Nice.
I get almost 200 out of
Clean.
sumo.
Well, Jerry, we've already discussed this.
It might be just because how bad my raw is, but the suit.
Yeah.
Basically, if you can hold onto the bar, you can squat it.
That's crazy.
That's pretty much what
That's crazy.
equipped is.
In conventional, is it just harder to maintain tension in the suit just because of the position of where you're at? Like, and your hips are far away from the bar and all of that, or
Well,
didn't seem to make an issue for Elizabeth, but
no. How do I explain it? So if you're going to sit down in your suit, it's easier to sit down with your legs together
okay.
than it is, with your legs apart.
Okay.
So with your legs apart, there's
Okay.
more.
So you're just not able to build as much tension in the
Right.
suit
Yeah.
when you're in conventional. Got it. I'm assuming that translates over to the squat as well, and that's why you see so many equipped lifters with that really wide stance.
Yep.
That makes sense. Easy work for Caitlin there, 7.5 Ps.
That's good. 3 white lights.
CJ coming up next from Boston Latin Powerlifting Team.
She's got her quote from Adrienne Lenker: "Everything eats and is eaten."
She ate with that deadlift. I'll tell you what. That was a great opener by her. Up next, Catherine, 127.5 kilos. Bars loaded for her.
So opening over double body weight.
This is insane to me. With the team singlet on. Hortonville High School in Wisconsin, U.S. Not bad.
That looked good.
Yeah. That's one of those like
She didn't even look, she
sumo,
knew.
but like internally rotated sumos, where your knees are not like super flared out. They're more neutral, but still looked good. It still moved well. Excited to see what she puts on the bar for the next attempt. Up next, Emily from Boston Land School. 130 kilos on the bar.
Come on, Emily!
The crowd goes wild for Emily's opening deadlift. And she's got wrist wraps on, which is something we don't see very often in like drug-tested powerlifting, specifically in IDFPA and USAPL. What's the benefit of having wrist wraps on when you're deadlifting?
I used to when I first started. I don't think there is an advantage, but it's the same thing as people wearing a belt for raw benching.
Sure.
It's probably just reminders.
Sure. Yeah.
So other than that, I really don't think there's much of a benefit.
Yeah,
other
I know.
than reminders.
I know some people say that it can help them hold on the bar better because it's like squeezing those wrist muscles, but I can't imagine it's going to help that much, right? It's just more of a reminder, like, hey, grab this with all it's worth. And same, like you said, the belt and the bench press. It makes a little difference, but
Right.
It's not going to make or break your
And
list.
an equipped bench, it helps hold your shirt down.
Yeah, unless the shirt like slip up to your neck. Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. And we got another equipped deadlifter here doing like max stance almost.
Yep.
Easy for her. And you can see where her lockout position's kind of high. Like she really wants that wider stance. So she doesn't have to move the bar so far.
Shorter range of motion.
Yeah, and she can get more upright. Yep. Kate coming up, 150 kilos for her opener attempt. This is my 1 rep max, so I'm feeling a little schooled right now. No issue for her though. Almost more than double body weight. 2.5 times body weight, I think, is the math there for her opener. Moves it with ease.
Yeah.
Okay. Good job, Kate.
Just need some Chuck Taylors, that's all.
I guess so.
Blue lights for Kate.
You don't need the fancy equipment. You can just get the Vans or the Chucks.
Yeah, somehow one day I found some Pumas on the sale rack. They were $22, and I used those for like the first 7 years. They were so flat, and just there was no. They were perfect. They really were.
It always feels better when you have like just the perfect shoe.
Yeah.
Where you're like, I can feel the ground the way I want to. I can press the way I want to press through the floor. Speaking of pressing through the floor, we've got Sarah about to deadlift this 150 kilos, same weight as the previous lifter. Very technically proficient. That was excellent. For a closer stance sumo, that was excellent.
That was ferocious.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see how she moves for the second and third attempts.
All right, Isabel opening.
Isabel said, I'm going to pull 400 today. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I think she's going to.
Opening with 172.5. So you'll notice too, we've got some lifters electing to forego the t-shirt underneath the singlet in the deadlift. That is allowed per our rule book, just for the deadlift though, right? Because your shoulders aren't touching any pieces of equipment, so you're allowed to take the shirt off. Some people choose to leave the shirt on. There is some strategy for that. When you have a shirt on, especially if it's like kind of loose, it can kind of disguise your shoulders a little bit. So if we're thinking about benefit of the doubt to the lifter, and you see a shoulder that could be not all the way locked out, but they're wearing a shirt to kind of cover it, it's more likely that you'll get a white light if you're not locked out. So for those people who really struggle to get their shoulders all the way back, they may elect to wear a t-shirt.
All right. Breland is having way too much fun today. She's doing great.
That's right. She's doing a good job locking there out. That's a tough position for her. Like, she's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Not advantaged or leveraged well for the deadlift, but she did good.
Her bench was
Good.
very good.
Very good.
Very good.
Very well executed.
There was some good equipped benching today.
I agree. I saw a lot of good benches.
Yeah.
Elizabeth going for 107.5 for her second attempt, which is 7.5 kilos above what she did for her first. Pretty easy. It looks like Breland's second attempt deadlift will be 110. So she'll go up 5 kilos for her third deadlift. That just came in through on lifting cast. Elizabeth's looked very easy, so interested to see what she jumps through.
Yeah. Caitlin taking 248 for a ride.
Looked like it moved okay.
Yeah.
A little bit of like, maybe like concern towards the lockout there, where maybe if it starts to get heavier, we might see some of that like ramping situation. But she definitely does still have some in the tank before we get into that territory, I think.
So far, grip strength hasn't been an issue for anyone yet.
No, you're gonna jinx someone now, Jared.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
135 on the bar for CJ. Pretty big, 12.5 kilo jump from her previous attempt. So she's having a good day. She's feeling good. Oh, unfortunately, wasn't able to break the floor with that. But we saw this in the first flight, right?
Yep.
Where sometimes it's just one thing is just a little bit off.
Wedge
And it's
wasn't
not
as tight, or
and it's not worth fighting it if you know your tech's not right.
I am so for that.
Yeah.
So for that.
If it feels wrong, like just okay, I'll just try it again on the next attempt.
You know, if it's your last attempt and it's to win or a huge record or whatever, I guess go for it.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm the same way. Live to fight another day.
That's so right. Yeah, if it does not feel the way that it's supposed to feel and you have more attempts left, sometimes the smartest choice is to forego it. Whoa. Okay, speedy opener for
That was
Emily.
good. That was dead 2 for her. Dead 2.
Yep.
Catherine. Bars ready for Catherine.
Catherine coming up with 300. We'll call it almost 309.
Up next is Brianne.
Out of Wisconsin. This is a PR match. I think she might have a PR in her
I think so.
future here.
I think so. It looks like CJ has scratched her third attempt, so she'll take the first attempt towards her total of 112.5, and she won't be deadlifting for that third attempt. Smart choice. Live to fight another day, like
Yep.
you said. 142 for Brianne. The infamous 3-plate deadlift. Nice.
Little showmanship.
That's right. Little battle cry at the top. Victory screech. Molly going for the same weight here. Equipped. I'm surprised she's not wearing a shirt with the deadlift suit. I feel like that's probably like pulling on her shoulders a bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Good lockout though.
What do you think?
And the
Shoulder.
refs think she wasn't quite logged out.
Yeah, I think that's where the whole shirt thing came
Exactly.
in.
Go put a shirt on in the warm-up room and take your third with the shirt on. The secret advice.
That's what happens with a lot of equipped lifters. For some reason, they keep their shoulders forward. I don't know if it's a fashion thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I've always, I started off as a raw lifter.
Yeah, so you're
USA
used to
Pro.
the raw rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not quite there for Kate. She does have the opportunity to retake for her second attempt. Sarah coming to take 160 kilos, 10 kilo jump from her first attempt, which I think is appropriate based on how her first attempt moved. She smoked her first.
Yeah. She gets this, it'll set up nicely for a PR attempt.
Mm-hmm. Come on, yeah. Come on. good effort there,
Yep.
and the lift's good. That was a big jump, so if she takes a smaller jump for her second, I think we'll be surprised with how well that moves. Sometimes
Yeah.
the big jumps can just startle people, and I don't see a lot of people taking, at least a lot of people her weight and her age taking 10-kilo jumps.
Right. Now, Isabella is now a Raw guest.
Yeah, I think that's because she missed weight.
Nope, she didn't get her squat.
Oh, she got one squat.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, but I think she weighed in at 62.4. So she must have registered as a 60 and didn't make weight. Big deadlift on her though.
Yeah. So at national and the international level that you sign up for, you must make weight,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
you end up as a guest. At I believe regional and below, you can.
Regionals follows nationals rules now.
Oh, does it now?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah.
So state and below,
That's right.
it's what you show up as.
Yep. Which is, it takes the pressure off the lifter
Yeah.
to have to worry about that variable of making weight. But when you're at the national level and the international level, that's just part of the game. This
Yeah.
is a weight class sport, and unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't go your way at that front. Come on. Come
Pull
on.
those shoulders back. Pull the shoulders back.
Let's go. I think she made
I think
it.
she got it. I think she got it.
Oh, yes. Perfect.
Good job.
2 white lights is all you need, and
Yeah.
that was a perfect example of just grit.
Yep.
She held on to that thing for all it was worth.
Yeah, I think especially those who have traveled from Australia, Austria, those long flights, it's hard to manage your weight.
It sure is, and you have to worry about all that.
If you're lucky enough,
Let's go, Elizabeth. Nice.
try to get in 2 days early.
Yeah.
Just
Just changes your water retention,
Yep.
your ability to be active changes when you're on those long flights.
17 hours of sitting.
Yeah, could you imagine? You're pacing up and down the aisle of the plane just to get your steps in,
117
Caitlin up to 117.5 kilos on the bar for her third attempt.
5 kilo PR attempt.
Let's see it, Caitlin. Come on. That brute strength. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go. Excellent work by Caitlin.
Yes, 2 white lights. All right, here's Catherine. Traveled from Wisconsin.
Oh, the grip it and rip it definition. Oh no.
Balance.
Yeah, that one was all about balance. She started out with a really good, just rip off the floor, but wasn't able to hold on to it
I
there.
don't know if I've ever lost balance on a conventional. I have lost balance on sumo quite often.
I think maybe once or twice I've lost balance on conventional, but it's more of a positioning from the start kind of
Right.
thing. If you're all in your heels, you know what I mean? It's very uncommon in conventional.
9 for 9.
Come on, Molly, let's get this. Lock it out. Nice. I think that's good. Let's see what the refs have to say.
It's good.
2-1, that's all you need, folks. That's all you need. Lots of clapping from the crowd as well. They're happy to see that. Emily coming up to take just a little bit more, 147.5 kilos from BLS. Her first 2 attempts moved pretty well too, so we'll see.
Yeah, this is a 2.5 kilo.
That's a 10-kilo jump from her second.
Wow.
Yeah, she's confident. Come on, come on.
Wow.
I think the confidence was warranted there for sure. With
She
3
was
white
not-
lights, rewarded.
She was not going to let that go.
Rewarded there.
That was awesome.
And those 3-second grinds, they feel like a lifetime when you're actually doing it. So that was a good effort by her.
So Jamie from the gym,
Yeah.
she was my back spot when I
Sure.
was, I think 145 pounds or whatever. I was deadlifting. It was 7 to 9 second deadlift.
Oh my God. Here comes Brienne.
Oh, that was good.
Very light.
Oh,
That's
little
with
dab.
the dab. Excited to be there, getting that lift.
That was awesome.
That was a 2.5 kilo PR for her, with more in the tank for sure. Yeah, those long grinds, you really do kind of want a back spotter there in case you like pass out.
That's what she said. She goes, I thought you were passing out, Jer. You really did. All right, here comes Kate.
Retaking 160 from her second attempt. 352 pounds. You know, casual. Is she, unfortunately not able to get it off the ground. That's okay. She will take 150 kilos from her first attempt deadlift to add towards her total. Up next, we have Sarah looking to PR by 2.5 kilos.
All the way from Austria.
Bars ready for Sarah from Austria.
The second was a little bit of work, but can she get that second wind?
It's about 2 2/3 body weight.
Can she make it happen?
Locked in. Oh, she does not like herself. That's called hook grip, folks. That's what I do.
Pretty stable, but
It is,
hurts
yeah.
your thumbs a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah. It's fine during the lift. It's after.
Yeah, she's not going to let go of this, that's for sure. Can she finish it? Can she
on,
lock it all the
out,
way up?
lock it
Come
out.
on. Oh, no. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to keep that hook grip locked in, and the bar just got away from her. Rolling into the last deadlifter of Flight B. We still have one more flight, so stay with us through that flight. But the last deadlift of Flight B is Isabel with 195 kilos
Wow,
on the bar.
430 pounds.
I think this is heavy, Jerry.
This is a 5. Yeah, it's very heavy.
Especially for a 60 kilo lifter. Are you kidding?
Yep, Gino calling over 3 times body weight right here.
Yeah, this is what we call a world championship.
Yeah.
And this is what we expect. Come on, Isabel. The conventional
on.
pull.
Come
Let's
on.
go.
And through.
Oh, wow.
And through. That's beautiful.
That's a good lift. That's a good lift. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good job, Isabel. On to the next. Flight C. We're at the top of the order with 100 kilos on the bar.
We got Jace coming up.
Jay's looking to smash his previous best deadlift PR by an insane amount.
I don't know if these numbers are correct. From the picture we have from probably one of the school meets that they do, looks like at least 245 on the bar.
We made light work of 220, so
Yeah.
that could be a meet PR. I was looking up in open powerlifting for some of these folks, so some of them are like started when they were youths, and have varying degrees of like equipped versus non-equipped history. So.
Okay.
London taking the bar up to 2 reds for her opening attempt. And that looked like that was a good lift 2-1 for London there. A blue card from the center.
298 pounds. Up next, Victoria.
135 kilos on the bar for Cade. Ooh, wow.
Yep. It was easy. Good opener.
5 kilos below his personal best. He's hitting the PR today.
Yeah, that'll be a PR.
Victoria looking to open with 140 keys.
We're going to wake everybody up with this one. All right, here comes Victoria. Blue Mountain.
From Louisiana, Blue Mountain Christian University.
Come on, B. Let's go, B.
308 and change on the bar.
All smiles still. Oh, I was so right. She has definitely got the gymnast background. Let's go.
Yep. The feet come together.
And the clapping, the feet
Yeah.
together and the clapping. Good job. I was talking with her in between lifts, and she said she's been powerlifting for over 4 years. I think she said like 6 years
Really?
or something like that. And for bench, she's not been benching in that shirt for very long. 2 weeks before CNATs, they gave her a custom shirt.
Yeah.
Like that was when it arrived, like 2 weeks before CNAT. So she's only been in it for like a couple months.
It's like a katana.
Yeah.
Which is like the second hardest shirt that Titan makes for benching.
Yeah.
You know, most of your collegiate high school, they'll run an F6, which is a little bit more forgiving.
Sure.
The katana, that's a tough one.
Yeah, and she had it with 2 weeks to spare for CNATs, and now she's here, her second meet in that shirt.
She looks really good in it.
Yeah,
Really
I
good.
agree.
You know, it's what I was saying out there during the bench. Probably the hardest lift in all of lifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, get those shoulders back. We'll see. Nope, it's good.
We'll see when the weight gets heavier.
So in my opinion, the shirted bench is right up there with trying to hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
It is not easy, and Gino and I were saying the same thing. There's already so many things you have to think about technically. Then you also have to think about meeting the standard of the lift per the rule book.
Yep.
And then you add a shirt into the mix.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy talk.
So as you're coming down, your wrists come towards your face, you know, past your elbows.
Yeah.
It's called staple. So it's gonna come right to the face.
Yeah.
And then if it goes out past, you know, towards your feet, then it's gonna dump. So you dump it onto your
Yep.
stomach.
That was a good lift by Quentin there, 160 kilos.
And I'm sure you could see in the from the video, there was a couple as they were lifted out, their arms were shaking. And
Yeah, I did see that.
Just getting
Yeah.
that lockout.
Yep.
It's a lot of weight.
It is a lot of weight. Speaking of a lot of weight, 165 kilos for Evan, who's having a phenomenal day today, by the way.
Yep.
Making that look very easy.
There you go.
His single ply numbers are like not even real. Like compared to what he's lifting today, they're not even real.
Right.
He's doing a good job today, putting up some good single ply numbers. Good benchmarks to beat at the next meet.
This one is just under 3 times body weight opener.
Wow. For Cody, who's having a really good day. He's been hitting PRs on all 3 lifts by a lot. A little bit more work than I would expect for an opener. But it could just be nerves, right?
Yep.
Oh, unfortunately not properly locked out there. The knees looked okay, so it must have been shoulders.
All right, Austin.
We'll have to see on the next one, yeah, because that was really quick.
South River High School.
Austin coming up to take the powerlifting equivalent of 405, which is 407 or 185 kilos.
Yep.
Let's see if Austin can power this up.
More
an
than 3
opener.
times his body weight for an opener.
Wow.
It's crazy. Okay.
And that's what an
Oh.
opener should look like.
Okay, so that was good. The red light from the center, he spiked the bar down. So that was that yellow card
Yeah,
from the chief referee, and they saw what I saw when I was like, oh.
Yeah,
He
I
was
did
so
too.
excited.
And what that does, it lets the side referees puts them on notice.
That's right.
So Try not to do that again.
That's right, yeah. But when you spike the bar down, you are not in control of the bar.
Right.
And that's just a safety concern. Back to the top of the order at 242 pounds for Jace. Working hard.
Nice.
We'll see what the refs say. Yeah, so we had some potentially downward motion from the chief referee that they saw, and then the left referee saw what I saw, which was that right-hand shoulder was not locked out.
Yeah.
London, 286 pounds at Blue Mountain. After London
I mean,
comes Victoria.
you're just picking it up, but there are certain parameters or
Yeah. Something to keep it all fair
Yeah.
between all the lifters who are lifting all different ways. Like, what are the standards that we can set in place to make it fair for everyone?
knees, shoulders.
Yeah, hips.
You know,
Yep, that's pretty much it. With mixed grip, oh, that was a great lift by London. With mixed grip, it can be common to see the person looks like one of their shoulders is not locked out
Yeah,
all the way,
usually
and
the
that's usually the
overhand.
overhand
Yeah.
grip, the one where the back of their hand is facing the camera. Just because it's harder to get your lat pulled back on that.
yeah.
And then with hook grip, both your arms are like that, so good luck.
Yeah. I like mixed grip for equipped, but I ended up tearing my brachioradialis, so now it's just hook grip, and
Yeah,
getting hook grip set in while in equipment,
such a pain because you have to set it while you're down there, and that's
Yeah.
where all the pressure is.
so I get to take my breath down there. I don't get to take my breath at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot to ask.
Yeah.
That was a good lift for Victoria. Up next we have Cade taking 147.5 kilos. 52 kilo lifter.
This is a 7.5 kilo PR. Oh, yeah.
Easy.
Oh,
Oh,
did you get the command before? Nope.
no,
Lost
unfortunately.
balance.
Yep. So those yellow cards, because he lost balance, it was like he was putting the bar down before he got the command.
Yeah.
So that's what those are for. And the red was for lockout.
Bar's ready for Aiden.
Everybody's chanting, Aiden, 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 for his second attempt deadlift, 157.5 kilos, which is 2.5 keys shy of his all-time PR.
His body weight.
Over 3 times his body weight, folks. Come on, Aiden. Oh, unfortunately not there. Maybe on his third attempt, if he just like sets his hips a little lower, because his hips are really high.
I couldn't tell if the bar was too far forward.
Or maybe, and it was just like got away from him a little bit.
An inch can add 10% of the weight.
Yeah, when we're talking lever arms, yeah,
Yeah.
an inch can add a lot of weight. 160 keys for Ezekiel.
Did you just flex? I missed it.
Kinda. Oh, just we'll see what the refs say.
Yeah.
Okay,
Looked as good.
I'm a hater. I'm a hater, certified. Just barely locked out on that one. That's what I'll say.
Yeah. His first one looked the same.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just the natural curvature of his back.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's coming into play.
Sure. Quentin looking for 177.5, so he could hopefully maybe break that 400-pound barrier on his third attempt. Come on. Ooh, little balance issue there. You could see his toes came up. His toes coming up is okay.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, because of that balance issue, it shifted his weights back down his heel. The
Yeah.
weights landed on his thigh. And to regain balance, that ramping is what happened.
There it is. Just all the little small things.
It's so right. And that can happen to anybody. Like people who don't lift with like hitching or ramping, if they just get off balance, it can happen. And
Oh,
it's not like they're trying to do it. It just, you know, sometimes that happens. All right, I would say he's locked out.
Let's see what we have.
Oh, so his
what-
knees.
Probably soft knees. When you hyperextend way back like that, it's hard to keep your knees
Yeah.
locked out.
It's just your body's natural intuition to counterbalance.
Yeah.
It's really hard to keep your knees locked out like that while all of your body weight is behind your feet. Looked pretty good to me.
Good.
Yep,
Yep.
and the refs agree.
Nice. Looked easy too.
I agree.
You know, he's got probably a good 7.5 kilo jump at least.
Yeah, let's see some 405 action.
The bar is ready for Austin.
Austin to take 435 for a spin on his second attempt.
3 times his body weight. From South River High School in Maryland, Edgewater, Maryland.
Nice.
Nice.
Very solid.
Very technical. Looked
That's
good.
a very good narrower stance
Yep.
sumo deadlift. And we're on to the last deadlifts of the morning session today. So if you guys were like a little bit tuned out before, you know, maybe went to go take a break, you want to come back now and watch these third attempt deadlifts.
You know, this is the biggest lift of probably everyone in this room's career
So true.
right now.
And it's the best one because
Yeah.
once it's done, you're done.
Yeah.
It's over.
Let's eat.
Let's eat. That's so right. Jace looking to take a 2-time bodyweight deadlift for his third attempt. Come on, Jace. Come on.
Pull back. Pull. Oh, I like it. I like it.
Oh.
I think it's good enough.
Let's see what
I
the
think it's
refs have
good
to
enough.
say.
Yeah.
Yay!
Gino says it's good.
Gino says it's good. That's all that matters. Great work by Jace. That was awesome. Up next, we've got the Northeastern team loading 135 for London's third attempt. Just under 300 pounds.
Bars loaded for London.
Let's bring the intensity, London. Last lift. All you got. She's got the cheat code too. Her hair down over the shoulders.
Yeah. I usually do that too.
Oh yeah, Jerry? Come on, London.
That looks good. That looks good to me. And it's
Hell
good.
yeah, that's
Nice
awesome.
job.
Great job, London. Yeah, you wear your hair down?
Yeah, I might start wearing wigs.
That would be so funny.
I know my daughters aren't listening right now. Oh, they
In theory.
if they do, they won't get this far. There's no way. But so I'm gonna start buying wigs because I'm bald.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start buying wigs, and every time they ask us to go out to dinner with them, it's gonna be a different wig.
Oh my God. Just to embarrass them.
Yeah.
155, so easy.
Wow, that looked good.
Better than the second attempt,
that
for
looked
sure.
really good.
Great job, Cade. That was awesome.
Technically sound.
You just get like a pink wig with bangs.
Like I almost brought wigs for today.
Oh my God. Oh my
Don't
God.
like no.
No, this is
Local
an
meet.
international
Yeah,
level
a
meet,
local meet,
Jerry.
I'll do
Come
it.
on. All right. It looks like there was a bit of an attempt change there
Strategy
for the third
time.
attempt. So we didn't talk about this earlier, but a lot of times to pull for placing, you're allowed to change your deadlift attempt on the third only 2 times.
Yep.
So you'll put in whatever you want for your third, and then you can change it 2 more times strategically and wait to see if your opponents get it or miss it or whatever. So he had an attempt change there. Went up 2.5 kilos.
Oh wow.
No problem there for Aiden. That was awesome.
Good job.
That was awesome.
You know, all the games that you can play, you can put your bid in a little low and hope the next person puts in, higher, but you can pull 10 kilos more.
And maybe they put in too high and then they miss.
Yeah, it's just so many variables.
Sure.
Especially at, teams, international,
That's right. That's
You know,
right.
One day, you know, I hope to have a world record, which is all cool, but I really want a national championship.
Yeah.
Here we go, all smiles.
Come on, Victoria. Everybody in the crowd.
5 kilo PR.
Excited for her.
Oh, come on, lock it out. Shoulders, no. Ah.
The hardest part to lock it out, but she's all smiles anyway. It's all good, she says.
Yeah.
She'll get that next time for sure. Ezekiel, 175 kilos on the bar, 385 pounds, 52 kilo lifter. Are you kidding?
Wow. It's 3.5.
Yeah, that's
3.5.
a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Oh, and he was squatting with no knee sleeves earlier today.
Yeah.
So he's just strong.
And he's deadlifting with, like, regular sneakers.
With just Jordans. Unfortunately, not quite there for the day, but he did have a very good squat session, bench session, like lots of PRs, I think.
It's good meat for him.
So, yeah, he should be proud anyway. Quinton, 177.5. 3 reds and change.
So
He
is
missed this on his
retaking?
second, yeah.
Okay.
Retaking.
I think he's got it. I think it was just a slight technical glitch.
I think so too.
Make those armpits disappear. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, no. That's okay. He did make his first attempt at 160.
Yeah.
So he's still in the meet. Just not as big of a total as he would have liked. So Cody needs this to stay in the meet. If the pressure were ever on someone, it would be now, because he did not make his first attempt or his second attempt due to that lockout situation we
Yeah,
discussed.
it's a hyperextend.
Like, he really just needs to make sure those knees, those hips, those shoulders. Okay.
That looks good.
That looked better.
That looks good. He's
Yes.
in.
Okay, he's in the meet.
All right.
Oh man, that was stressful there for a minute, Jared.
See, that whole hyperextending, I'm not a fan.
That
You lose your balance, you lose your knees.
you cook your low back in the process, by the way.
Yeah, you need to really stack your joints on top of each other, not. Yeah. So,
I agree.
but I mean, there are deadlifters out there that
It's
use
fine.
my max as like their
Chew
third
toy weight,
warm-up,
yeah.
You know.
All right, come on, Evan, come on. Oh, just get. Oh, unfortunately, dang, he's so close. Just
Yeah.
his grip started slipping, and you can't recover from that. 2 more lifters left. One more lifter left. Austin, the last lifter of this morning. 457.
Wow.
Pretty good for a high school 60-kilo lifter. That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty good, period.
It's pretty good, period. Let's be real. You don't see me pulling this in the gym.
It took me 8 years to get that high. He probably hasn't been.
Right? He probably hasn't been lifting for 8 years.
No.
If he has, good for you. We're
Yeah.
not counting you out, buddy.
Right.
But we're just saying this is not chump change. Oh,
Oh yeah, and I'm also
That's okay. Good work
40
anyway.
kilos bigger.
yeah. Well,
That
thank
was-
you guys.
That was fun. That was a really good meet.
I agree.
It was nice to see, all the lighter kids, and later we'll see all the bigger
Exactly.
kids.
Yeah, we're going to see the middleweight classes this afternoon session too, so don't go too far. We're going to have a lot of fun here, and it's going to be a good time. Thank you guys for listening so much and tuning in to the 2025 IDFPA Student and University World Championships here in Waltham, Massachusetts. Have a good afternoon.
Have a good one, folks.